morning.
Morning, Chair.
Do we have any apologies?
Yes, Chair. We've got apologies from Mamu Mahlatsi. She's attending PC on higher education. Mamu Brett, Utatu Masipa, and Tatu Tabekun. Those are the only ones that I have from my side, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, from the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, I didn't receive any apology from the members, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mamu Nyamza, any apologies on your end?
Nothing from my side, Chair.
Thank you. I see a hand of, is it Honorable Dana? Hello, is Dana?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone. I'm sorry I may have missed it. I would just like to tender an apology on behalf of Honorable Briet, but I think an apology was made on her behalf. She's unable to attend this morning.
Thank you for that. I had actually seen an apology from Honorable Briet, as well as Honorable Mahlatsi, who had communicated through the Secretariat. Honorable members, let me take this opportunity to welcome you on this joint meeting of employment and labor, as well as agriculture, land reform and rural development. We thank all the stakeholders that have been able to join us on this morning, and welcome all those that have of interest these proceedings on the proceedings of today. We welcome our staff, secretariat of both committees, and our content advisors and researchers, and all that have made this meeting possible. Molweni, Dumelang, good morning, Goeiemorgen, greetings of peace to all of you who are with us today. We thank you, honorable members, for your presence here this morning, and wish to pick up from where we had left off last time. A number of studies have been done on the situation of farm workers and farm dwellers over the years, highlighting the historic plight of this vulnerable sector of society. Our objective, honorable members, are clearly outlined in the briefing documents, and this will guide us in assessing the extent to which much of the issues raised historically have been addressed or persist to this day. As South Africans, honorable members, we take responsibility for the totality of the transformation process, even those areas that are complex and difficult. Collectively, as stakeholders, honorable members, we must engage and seek solutions that are viable and which comply with the prescripts of the Constitution and respective legislation and regulation adopted to advance this sector. As we begin our deliberations, honorable members, here this morning, I want to read you an extract from the Human Rights Watch report, Grapes of Wrath, issued a decade ago, and I would encourage members to read the report, as it will give you a good reference to where we have come from, how far we have come, and what remains to be done still in terms of our role of oversight. I quote, "Out of South Africa's 9 provinces, the greatest numbers of farm workers which totals 121,000, live in the wealthy and fertile Western Cape. Despite their critical role in the success of the country's valuable fruit, wine, and tourism industries, farm workers benefit very little, in large part because they are subject to exploitative conditions and human rights abuses without sufficient protection of their rights. These abusive practices, which occur to varying degrees on a wide array of farms, are perpetrated by farm owners or farm managers who are subject to regulation by the South African government, close quote. In today's meeting, honorable members, it might be important to introduce the purposes of these joint oversight activities for the benefit of stakeholders present. The motivation is found the National Assembly resolution that mandate the two committees to coordinate oversight activities. The resolution, having noted and highlighted the existing situation on farms and further demonstrating the work that government has done to date, it mandates the two committees to conduct comprehensive oversight work on the living and working conditions of farm workers, farm dwellers, and farmers, monitor progress by government's commitment towards improved living and working conditions in the farming communities, including work done by the different stakeholders in the agricultural sector, to conduct public hearings with key stakeholders, undertake an impact assessment of legislation affecting farm workers, and make recommendations for legislative amendments in consultation with the express consent of the relevant select committees in the National Council of Provinces, collaborate with these committees in carrying out the task at hand, and exercise those powers in Rule 167 that may assist the committees in carrying out their task, and set a deadline by which two committees will report back to the National Assembly by the end of November 2022. Honorable members, as you are aware today, we will be listening to presentations on what is already researched and documented. I've attached summaries of what each presenter is expected to do. If you find it useful, you may use the notes to introduce the speakers and what the presentations will be about have been made available by the Secretariat. Honorable members, I do trust our deliberations today will be fruitful and constructive and a good preparation for our joint oversight. Let me, honorable members, therefore invite our presenters to be able to take us through the presentations. If I may ask our Secretariat to put the program up in terms of the presenters we will be having. It was circulated, honorable members, and you should have it in your emails. I will therefore take this opportunity to proceed with the presentations and invite the Stats South Africa to be able to take us through their presentation, which will be done by Ms. Nozipho Shabalala, who's the Acting Deputy Director General for Population and Social Statistics. Shabalala, you may proceed. You've got 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members of the portfolio committees, both committees. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I greet you all. I am presenting here on behalf of the Statistician General, Mr. Risanga Maluleke. He conveys his apologies. He asked us to convey his apologies because he cannot make it today because of an engagement that he committed to prior to the invitation for this meeting. But he sends a team of 3 people to represent him. I'm here with Ms. Malerato Musingane, who is responsible for labor statistics, and Mr. Soli Mulai, who is responsible for social statistics. And yes, my name is Nozipho Shabalala, and I'm responsible for population and social statistics. I will then upload the presentation, and I will request, Chair, that I switch off my camera to allow the presentation to run smoothly. Thank you. May I ask whether the presentation is showing on the screen?
Yes, the presentation is on the screen. You may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And before I talk about the matters of living conditions on South African farms, I would like to briefly talk about the statistical production system, and just to bring context to this presentation and highlight the role of Statistics South Africa in the statistical production system. So when you see the slide on the screen, you will see that there's a part that is highlighted pink. This is the area where Statistics South Africa plays. We are responsible for outcome indicators mainly, but we do sometimes produce the output indicators. The input indicators and the process indicators are then a responsibility of line departments. If I make an example, in a process of building houses, you will have the raw materials which will serve as the input indicators. So those will be reported by the line departments. For instance, the number of bricks that are required to build a house, the number of bags of cement per 100 houses built, those will be input indicators, and the process indicators will refer to the indicators that link to processes of building houses. For instance, the time that is taken to build a house, or the number of people, manpower that are required to build a house.
Recording in progress.
And the output indicators would be the number of houses built, and the input, process, and output indicators, they reside within the line departments. They report on those. As I have indicated, we also sometimes do play in the space of output indicators. The outcome indicator, for the example that I've given, would be now the number of people that have benefited from the houses that have been built. For instance, we will report that the proportion of the population living in formal dwellings. So that would be the outcome indicator that Statistics South Africa would then be reporting. In terms of further analysis on policy analysis, then that that is an area which is outside the scope of our work. Academics and institutions like HSRC will be responsible for policy analysis to look at the impact indicators. So ours is output indicators, and also outcome indicators, and we do this by conducting surveys and censuses. We do also use registers and administrative records from line departments in reporting. So before I talk about the population in farms and their living circumstances, I would like to just give a picture of the total population in South Africa as estimated in 2021, which was estimated at 60.1 million people, according to the media population estimates that were released in July of 2021. When we start to disaggregate this information by type of settlement, you will see that of the total population in South Africa, 4.2% of the population is residing in farm areas, and the majority is found in urban areas with 63.5%. Looking at the living circumstances of the population, the households in the farm areas, with special reference to access to basic services. We start by looking at the type of houses, I would say, or the type of dwelling that the population in farms is residing in. So on the slide on the screen, the bars that are orange, they represent those households that are living in farms. And when you look at the distribution, you will see that the majority of them, they reside in informal dwellings with 67.3%, and followed by those that reside in traditional dwellings with 16.4%, and those that reside in informal dwellings with 15.8%.
Am I alone or?
I think the presenter is muted herself.
We're together.
Shabalala, you are muted.
We are all together on this.
Can you hear us? Shabalala. Honorable Nansele, can you hear me?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I can hear you. That's why I was, if am I alone, because I thought she had got lost on my side alone, because I had network problems initially. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm fine. You know.
Shabalala, are you still there? You see, with technology.
It looks like she has been kicked out of the meeting.
Yes, we may need to.
Can our team try and locate her?
She is trying to reconnect.
AFRA available? Otley?
She just connected, Chair.
Yes. Good morning. I'm available.
Okay, I'll ask the Secretariat before we take the presentation from AFRA to check on Stats
Okay,
South Africa. Ma'am Shabala.
I'm back, Honorable Chair, and apologies. I don't know what happened with my connection. I will again upload the presentation and continue.
Okay, we seem to be back on track with the Stats South Africa presentation, so we'll let Ma'am Shabala proceed.
Chair, I'm not sure where I was. I don't know which slide I was on when I was.
Slide number 4.
Slide number 4. Okay, thank you. Okay, so yes. Okay, so I had indicated that the total population in South Africa, as estimated by the media population estimates of 2021, was standing at 60.1 million. When we start disaggregating this information by type of settlement, we see that of the total population in South Africa, 4.2% was found in the farms, and the majority was found in urban areas, which is 63.5%. And going further now to look at the living circumstances of the population in the farms with special reference to access to service delivery or to basic services. We're looking here at the type of dwelling units that the population in the farms they reside in, or the type of houses that they reside in. So on the slide, the bars that are orange, they represent the population in the farms. And we see that in terms of the percentage distribution, the majority of them, they reside in formal houses, followed by those who reside in traditional houses with 16.4%, and then followed by those in informal houses with 15.8%. But when you compare the households that are living in informal houses in the rural areas and compare them with those in urban areas, you will see that in urban areas, 83.1% of those who live in urban areas, they reside in formal dwellings, and a significantly lower proportion of those that are living in rural areas stay in informal dwellings. And then looking at access to improved water source, and by improved water sources, we mean water that comes piped water, whether it's piped water inside the dwelling or on site, or it's public tap, or you accessing piped water from your neighbor. We're saying it's improved water source. And when you look at this, on average in South Africa, 92.1% of the households, they have access to improved water source. And when you compare between farms and households living in farms and those living in urban areas, you will see that those living in farms, it's only 83.2% who have access to improved water source, and in urban areas it's 98.1%, meaning that almost 17% of the households in the farms, they do not have access to improved water source. And then moving on to access to electricity. In 2020, we see that when you compare households living in farms and those in urban areas, 82% of the households living in farms, they have access to electricity as opposed to 94.5% of the households living in urban areas. Looking at access to improved sanitation, What we are seeing here is that overall in South Africa in 2020, 83.2% of the households had access to improved sanitation, and it was a slight improvement when we compare with 2019, which we were at 82.1%. When we just single out the farms, we will see that in 2019, it was 66.1% of the households that had access to improved sanitation were living in the farms. And in 2020, we see an increase to 73%. In terms of income inequality and poverty dynamics in South Africa, in the farms in South Africa, I will just start maybe by looking at the South African multidimensional poverty index to indicate the multidimensional poverty levels in the farms as compared to the rest of South Africa. But before I talk about that, I just want to maybe talk briefly about what is this South African multidimensional poverty index and what are the indicators that are there. So in short, we call it the SAMPI. It's the South African Multidimensional Poverty Index. It has 4 dimensions, which is health, education, living standards, and economic activity. So those are the 4 dimensions in the SAMPI, and each dimension has indicators that we use to classify a household, whether they are deprived in that particular indicator or not. So for health, for instance, the indicator that is used is child mortality. For education, we use years of schooling and school attendance. And for living circumstances, we look at access to electricity for lighting, heating, and cooking. And we also use an indicator of water, sanitation, and the type of dwelling and ownership or access to household assets. And on economic activity, we then use the indicator of unemployment in the household. So when we look at the results of the South African Multidimensional Poverty Index in 2001, 2011, and 2016, this is just the overall figures in South Africa. In 2001, we were sitting at about 18%. So we are saying 18% of the households in South Africa in 2001 were multidimensionally poor, and this declined to 8% in 2011, and in between 2011 and 2016, there was a 1 percentage point decrease from 8% in 2011 to 7% in 2016. This is at a national level. But when we start to disaggregate this by type of settlement, we see that whilst in urban areas, multidimensional poverty levels were at 4.3%, in farm areas, they were above 9%. They were sitting at 9.5%, the levels of multidimensional poverty in the farm areas. Looking at the average annual income per person.
Minutes, can we conclude?
Okay. Looking at the average annual income in the farm areas compared to the urban areas, we see that we have per person, it was 26,000. It was about 26,000 per person, compared to about 60,000 per person per annum in the urban formal areas. And when you look at access to assets or ownership of household assets, farm areas have the lowest access to a range of household assets compared to their counterparts in other settlement types. In terms of salary, in terms of sources of income, in the farms, the majority of the households in the farms, they cited salaries as their main source of income. And this is expected because in most cases, when people are residing in farms, it's because they are working in farms. So their main source of income will be salaries. Maybe I will skip these 2 slides because of time and quickly proceed to labor statistics in farm areas. When you look at this slide, it indicates just the overall numbers in South Africa, that in quarter 3 of 2021, there were 14.3 million people that were employed in South Africa and 7.6 million that were not employed, that were unemployed. And the official unemployment rate was standing at 34.9%. Now, when I start disaggregating the employed by type of settlement, you see that of the 14.3 million that we saw in the previous slide, about 0.8 million were residing in farms. And looking at the industry, types of industry that they were involved in, the majority, 55% within the farms were employed in the agricultural sector, followed by those in social services and trade and private households. And then when looking at the occupation, most of the people in the farms are in elementary occupations, followed by plant and machinery operators, sales and services, and domestic workers and craft and related trade occupations. In terms of the official unemployment rate in the farm areas, in quarter 3 of 2021, it was standing at 18.7% when we compare with the urban, with those in urban areas, which was at 33%. And when you compare unemployment in the farms, specifically by sex, male unemployment is significantly higher than among male counterparts. This chair is just, I'm left with one slide. It just indicates the education levels in the farms, that the majority of the people in the farms, they have less than matric. About 58.2% of the population in the farms, they do not have matric, and 31% they have matric. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable members, that's the presentation from Stats SA. We'll now take the presentation from AFRA, that is the Association for Rural Advancement. Otley.
Hi, good morning, Honourable Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and good morning, Honourable members. So I'm just trying to work out how to share screen. Just one moment with my PowerPoint. Is that showing effectively on your side?
Yes, we can see it clearly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Right. So I'm Laurel Utley. I'm the director at the Association for Rural Advancement, AFRA. And I have been invited to present to you today on Diagnostic Report 1 on labour tenants and employment trajectories. And this comes from Apologies. From the Diagnostic Report that we produced on tenure security of labour tenants for the high-level panel on the assessment of key legislation. The paper was co-authored with Dr. Donna Hornby and with Michael Cowling and was published in June of 2017. One of the reasons I'm very glad and grateful to be invited here today to present this research is that we've seen very little engagement around the high-level panel, which was a hugely important process that produced very high-quality research and outcomes. So we're very appreciative that this is now being looked at and, should we say, seriously engaged with. So one thing I do want to state clearly is that a lot has changed very specifically around labour tenants since 2017 when the report was published. So the history I'll share remains the same as the history up until that point, but the current and future trajectories are very different. And this is a very critical moment of change for the potential for labour settlements and agriculture to be looked at. So I will go very briefly over the history and try and move on to make sure I don't run out of time for the proper engagement with recommendations. So just to touch on the complexity of the labour tenancy discourse, as well as very different perspectives around land tenure and the meanings of land, of rights, duties and powers. These are still contested. And we have also very different laws and power residing among, if we look at labour tenants and farm dwellers who are occupiers on land that in terms of Roman Dutch law belongs to a usually white commercial farmer. So the actual definition of labour tenancy is those who've historically worked the land in return for the right to occupy the land on which they lived, as well as grazing and cropping rights. But it's very important to remember that this is a continuum. And to quote Dr. Donna Hornby, it's a continuum in which boundaries become increasingly blurred as one nears the center. So just an awareness of the complexity that while we may speak of it as a simple definition, the realities of people's lives don't fit neatly into policy and legislative boxes. So the origins of labour tenancy was in the competition for survival and for access to land. And there was a very strong link between land and labour at that point. Obviously under the apartheid early days, in terms of the competition for land, often it was white farmers versus those who were occupying the land at the time under a state of very unequal power relations. But also that most labour tenants were really existing at a very basic subsistence level, and they had virtually no protection against arbitrary eviction. It was in around 1950 that the practice of labour tenancy came under pressure from the apartheid government, and they attempted to abolish it. And it's interesting to reflect on why that would be the case. The first is to see how the commercialization of farming also required a more intensive labour. So there was a shift within the agriculture industry to shift those relations around labour and labour provision on farms in South Africa. And probably there was also a desire to move tenants who were not fitting into the new commercialized model into homelands. So in 1961, the Nell Commission of Inquiry recommended the complete abolition of labour tenancy, and it was replaced with waged labour on farms. By 1964, the Bantu Laws Amendment Act sought to speed up the transition to waged farm labor, but they never succeeded, in fully abolishing labor tenancy for many reasons. Partly it was the need for cheap labor on farms, especially those who were less modernized and less able to pay for waged labor. But unfortunately, this process led to increased vulnerability and exploitation for labor tenants, as they no longer had the standard contracts that had applied previously. So farmers were more able to make their own rules. They could more easily evict labor tenants, and they could refuse or reduce cropping and grazing rights. At the end of the 1980s, AFRA research estimated there were around 500,000 labor tenants still at that point, despite the official legal abolishment. And it's very important just to be aware that the majority of these labor tenants reside in KwaZulu-Natal and in Mpumalanga. So they aren't, the practice of labor tenancy was never implemented in the same way in provinces such as the Western Cape. So it's just very important to be aware of that distinction, that labor tenancy is in the majority in those two provinces. However, labor tenancy continued to offer some small access to agricultural land for labor tenants who required multiple livelihood strategies, which is another reason that they were able to hang on to the land that they were on despite labor tenancy no longer being legally recognized. So that was pre-democratic government. The background to then the development of the Labour Tenants Act, which was Act 3 of 1996, a priority act of the new government. But there was right from the start, as it was being developed, an opposition from organised agriculture, who felt that it contravened government's promise that the title deeds of farmers would be safe. Where civil society felt it was not controversial enough, it didn't go too far enough. The 2nd of June 1995, which was the cutoff date after which Labour tenancy could be claimed, was disputed, as many Labour tenants relationships predated that. And the Act itself is incredibly complex and uses alienating language for stakeholders. So no one was really happy. And there was a lack of an implementation plan, effective communication, and this led to growing uncertainty and unhappiness. The contents of the Act, I'm summarizing this as quickly as I can. Essentially, its purpose was to protect the current occupational rights of labour tenants, which included land used as vested on the 2nd of June 1995. So that's very important to remember. Labour tenants were and are living on this land. They and their descendants remain in occupation and were in occupation from the 2nd of June, on the 2nd of June 1995. There's a threefold definition of labour tenant in the Act. One is that they must have resided on the farm, as defined in terms of the Subdivision of Agricultural Land Act. They must have enjoyed cropping and grazing rights on that farm or another farm of the landowner, and has provided free labour in consideration of such rights. And their parents or their grandparents must also have been labour tenants. So the important thing here, again, is to note these three provisions. In some cases in the court was taken to mean that all three provisions must be met. And in others, it was interpreted differently. So it created some confusion. But essentially, it was the provision of free labour in return for grazing and cropping rights on that farm. So eviction was prohibited under the Labour Tenants Act unless it was just and equitable and with court permission. So it made illegal evictions an offence with repercussions. But the key aspect of the Labour Tenants Act was that it allowed for the acquisition of land ownership. So Section 17 of the Act provided Labour tenants with an opportunity to lodge claims on the land that they were entitled to occupy in terms of the Act. And the cutoff date for those applications was the 31st of March 2001. And what was important was that no agreement could be made between tenants and landowners in which the Labour tenant chose to waive their rights to acquire land unless the Director General was satisfied that the tenant had the full knowledge of the nature and extent of rights and consequences of waiving their rights.
Minutes remaining.
So there was a strong. Okay, I will then skip through to the lack of implementation of the Act. And there, after 15 years of the lack of implementation, led to a legal case against the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, which was a class action case on behalf of Labour tenants for the department to implement the Act. After many years of legal battles in the Constitutional Court, Labour tenants successfully argued for the appointment of a special master of Labour tenants to address these challenges, an independent person appointed by and reporting to the court. So the special master has been appointed and currently, as they state, seeks social impact investors and other partners to support the resolution of long outstanding Labour tenant claims across South Africa. Important to notice the on-farm conflicts increasing between claimants and landowners was one of the negative consequences of the Act. Can the implementation of the Act help address rural poverty, unemployment, and spatial inequality? If alternative implementation models are adopted, then yes, there's strong evidence that it can help address rural poverty and spatial inequality. Recommendations are that prioritization to ensure that the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development ensure that they follow the constitutional imperative for full implementation of the Labour Tenants Act. They need sufficient budget and capacity in order to do this, and cross-departmental and multi-stakeholder spaces are critical for this at both local, district and national level. We would request the support to the department, to DELRAD and to civil society to revive the multi-stakeholder platform on land governance that was committed to in 2017. There's much discussion of social compacts across the country, but we very seldom see actual mechanisms to create this in action. We would strongly support the fast tracking of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. This will result to improved positive relationships on farms with many benefits, including improved and more diverse forms of agriculture following when settled Labour tenants can work in partnership with their now neighbours, former landowners. This will increase food security, but also climate change adaptation capacity and resilience to future shocks such as COVID-19 and the July unrest. Lastly, this would lead to increased employment opportunities as Labour tenants have become landowners and farmers. This will require effective capacity building, infrastructure development, and post-settlement support. Thank you. I think I'm out of time.
Thank you, this is quite a compressed, rushed presentations as we have, but I think with the questions of clarity, you'll be able to explain more in depth. Honorable members, that is your presentation from AFRA. We will now take our third presentation before we go into questions of clarity on the three presentations. We'll take a presentation from tenure security of farm workers and dwellers, commissioned report for high-level panel on the assessment of key legislation and acceleration of fundamental change, an initiative of the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa. Let us, honorable members, invite Rich de SAHRC and Puhlisani, NPC.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. Can you hear me, and is the screen showing correctly?
Oh, yes, it's showing correctly, Rick. It says Rich on our presentation,
Yes,
and it is
it's actually Rick. Yeah, thank
Rick,
you.
yes. All right, please go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation to address this important meeting. What I'm going to try and do today is concentrate on recommendations rather than a detailed description of the problems. I have circulated my presentation, and what I've tried to do is I've taken a slightly different way of approaching this, in that I have put more detailed analysis of the problems as an annexure to the presentation, so that you may have a look at this later on. But I'm going to briefly elaborate on these before looking at solutions. Right, have we gone forward one? Yes, okay, so crucially when we're looking at farm workers, as Laurel has been looking at with labour tenants, we do need to understand where we've come from. And we need to be aware of key trends in the agricultural sector over the past three decades. And we have seen in that period massive processes of market deregulation and trade liberalization. We've also seen dramatic cuts in state subsidies and support for social investment on farms, for housing, for services, health, and education. And in the consequence of this, we have seen a fundamental restructuring, which has involved, in many cases, the externalization and casualization of agricultural labor in particular sectors. But as I will indicate, this is not a single story. We do need to recognize that South African producers have been drawn into global value chains, which have required them to adopt a wide range of cost-cutting measures to remain competitive. And certainly where housing is concerned, we have to recognize that South Africa's competitors on global markets do not house workers on farms. So that's something to consider. I'd like to take you just back to some quotations to sort of set the scene. The South African Human Rights Commission, who are going to be presenting later on today, have held a number of hearings in connection with farm worker rights, one in 2003 and another in 2007. I was fortunate enough to document the hearings and to write the report for the South African Human Rights 2007 hearings. And I just wanted to quote something from this report, which I think is quite fundamental for our discussion today. Attempting to privilege tenure security in isolation from a larger development program to address living and working conditions on farms has practically extinguished many of the other rights of farm workers and their families, such as rights to adequate housing, health, and education. And it provides a disincentive to landowners and employers to improve on-farm housing and facilities. The high-level panel characterized farm workers and labor tenants as being amongst the most vulnerable and insecure sections of our population. And they also highlighted, and I'm going to be returning to this, the total system failure in government to advance the rights of this constituency of farm workers. And the HLP also noticed, which I think is relevant for today, is that despite the debates, inquiries, indabas, and commissions, it is clear that very little has improved for farm workers. So despite these overarching trends, it's important to record that agriculture has diverse subsectors. They all have different stories to tell, and there are different labor intensities and employment trajectories in each. And likewise, the standards of housing and levels of service available to farm workers differ markedly across these subsectors and between provinces. So part of our challenge has been a fragmented policy on farm workers. We've had policies on tenure security, evictions, land reform, access to housing, etc., and they've all been pursued in isolation from each other. Likewise, the white paper on land policy envisaged that farm workers would be amongst the primary beneficiaries of land reform. In practice, land reform has increasingly displaced farm workers in favor of elites. So we have a large policy gap, particularly around farm worker housing. And this has been a persistent feature of the democratic order. Goes right back to the Housing White Paper in 1994, which acknowledged that farm workers living on farms were effectively excluded from access to the proposed housing subsidy scheme, as secure tenure is really achievable. Older order subsidies, which were there from the previous regime, were withdrawn, as well as tax deductions, which were allowable for farm owners to provide employee housing, they were also removed. In the 1980s and the early 1990s, we had the Rural Foundation, which supported on-farm housing and social infrastructure development. This was also disbanded after funding was withdrawn. We have also had clashes between policies. So we've had ESTA Section 4, which made provisions for grants for on and off farm settlements. And this was augmented by a grant from the department for 2 years, which explored the option of agri-villages. However, national housing policy went on to explicitly discourage agri-village establishment, as they thought it to be unsustainable and risk creating rural poverty traps. On the employment front, there's been a concerted action to raise household incomes of workers in the industry, and increasing numbers of farm worker households earn above the national housing subsidy ceiling of 3,500 Rand per month in certain subsectors. And obviously where housing income improves, this has consequences for being able to obtain a housing subsidy. And people, once they start to earn above the subsidy threshold, their right to obtain an RDP house falls away, and they are now pushed into the finance-linked individual subsidy segment, where there are very few market opportunities, and one needs to have a clean credit record in order to be able to access housing, which effectively excludes most farm workers. So in combination, these various factors have had the perverse consequences of driving up informality on the fringes of rural towns as farm workers get casualized and externalized. So if we summarize the problem, we've identified 5 key problem areas for farm workers. They have structural barriers to property ownership and recorded rights in land. They experience tenure insecurity and the absence of alternative housing off farm. With regard to the housing that is provided on farm, there is unclear housing standards regulating the quality of this housing. There's also a sector of the housing arena which relates to hostels. There are a number of completely unregulated hostels on farms. While we've had a hostels redevelopment program as part of the National Housing Subsidy Scheme, this has overlooked and ignored hostels which still persist on farms. And as we've seen from the presentation from Stats SA, we still have inadequate access to services. So if you have access to the presentation, you can turn to the back of the presentation if you'd like to see these problems elaborated. But I'm going to rather focus now on what could be done. And so my focus is looking at what solutions could look like. And here I've moved on from the original HLP report, which, as Laurel has pointed out, a lot has happened since 2017 when these reports were published. So I'm drawing on a social dialogue platform for decent work in agriculture, which was a Western Cape initiative, which was funded by the Ethical Trade Initiative, and which brought together a whole range of stakeholders, organized labor, employers, government, and civil society, to try and look at practically what could be done to improve conditions on farms, and to also look at the issues of farm workers where they've moved off farms. So this was a very important initiative. I put a hyperlink here for a blog that was produced where all of the documents that were produced as part of this process are accessible. And the social dialogue platform reached consensus on what it was termed what good would look like. In other words, if we looked at the farming sector and we wanted to see fundamental change, which was the objective of the HLP, what might this look like? Okay, so with regard to property rights, the social dialogue platform came to the following recommendations: that people who live on farms will have options which will enable them to obtain home ownership. Currently, farm workers are excluded from owning homes, and this is a fundamental denial of property rights. And part of the solution for this was thought to be through Section 4 of ESTA, which would be actively implemented to enable occupiers, former occupiers, and other persons who need long-term security of tenure to acquire land or rights in land, and to enable on and off-site developments. Section 4 subsidies will become available, and the department, now changed its name, will allocate a dedicated budget to meet its obligations in terms of the Act. And I'm sure honourable members are aware that Section 4 remains largely unutilized in ESTA. There have been very few subsidies issued in terms of the clause which enables this in the legislation. The criteria for subsidy eligibility will correct factors marginalizing farm dwellers, and this process will consciously address the rights of households headed by women. Policies will be developed which will enable the development of well-located rural hamlets within municipal spatial development frameworks and consistent with SPLUMA spatial justice policies, which will encourage investment in public-private housing schemes for farm dwellers. Again, we caution that there is a legitimate concern that the Department of Human Settlements had, that we create unsustainable rural settlements which municipalities cannot service and which consequently turn into rural poverty traps. So this approach would need to be pursued most judiciously. There will also be an active drive to enable farm workers and dwellers living on farms to register on the housing demand database with annual targets set for municipalities. Our research indicated that the majority of farm workers are not registered on the housing demand database, and as a result, if they move off farm, they go to the very bottom of the list, and it may take more than 20 years before they get access to a house. At the same time, there was a lot of discussion about the need for new forms of recorded rights, which would need to address the failings of the deeds registry system at the moment, which remains expensive and inaccessible to poor households, and also recognizing currently that more than 50% of households who've received subsidized housing still do not have title deeds. With regard to tenure security, there has been very vexed issues of the right to family life on farms, and this has been established through case law, and in many respects there are no real solutions to this other than through case law determining precedents to clarify what this ESTA right actually means in practice, how people may live in accordance with the culture of that family, and how to clarify the balance between this right and the rights of the owner. With regard to tenure security, the recommendation is also that there will be state grants and tax benefits will be available to support employers to comply with Section 84A and B of ESTA. And this relates to accommodating retired farm workers who qualify as long-term occupiers. Currently, this is the sole responsibility of the employer to house and support these farm workers who have retired, who have long-term occupancy rights until they die. And this is unique in South Africa. There is no other employer who has this obligation, and currently there is no support for this received from the state. We also looked at, tried to look at what was happening on the ground.
Rick, you have 3 minutes remaining. Can you conclude?
I am nearly there, sir. What was happening on the ground with regard to people moving off farms. And very often people are being induced to move off farms through cash payments. And they're given 5,000 Rand or 10,000 Rand and they relocate to an urban area. So the recommendation is there should be a legal framework to legitimize negotiated mutual agreements between farm owners and dwellers to adequately compensate farm owners for voluntarily relinquishing their ESTA rights. And this would mean that the focus would be on equitable accommodation. With regard to alternative accommodation, the recommendations are that each municipality would have an emergency housing and services policy, and the TRAs, which are currently very poorly located and remote, would be obliged to be well located. With regard to housing standards, there would be a clearly specified national set of standards, and industry codes would be updated to support this. And also legislation would specify how these standards are monitored and enforced. Currently, neither the Department of Human Settlements or Labour may conduct inspections and include compliance orders. So the law would need to be adjusted for this. With regard to on-farm hostels, again, a set of national standards and to integrate hostels redevelopment into the National Housing Code. And with regard to access to services, we need to update the Municipal Finance Management Act to enable public expenditure on privately owned land, to put in place a farm household infrastructure grant and a model bylaw to enable municipalities to require that farm owners register and provide basic occupancy statistics for on-farm accommodation on an annual basis as a means to provide data to ensure adequate service provision on farms. And finally, tax incentives will be developed by SAHRC, which reward investments by farm owners in service provision. So with regard to making the change, there is in-depth analysis of total system failure to advance the rights of farm workers, but despite the research, the debates, very little has improved. Where positive change has happened, this has largely been independent of the state. And my research clearly shows that many South Africans have lost patience or are losing patience with public hearings and processes of consultation which do not result in concrete action. So
thank you. Can we conclude?
I'm concluding, sir. Our challenge is to craft real-world policies, jointly design and implement programs as part of functional intergovernmental and social partnerships. And hopefully some of the ideas and proposals shared today can contribute to making this change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ntate Rick SAHRC, for the presentation. Honorable members, there is the 3 presentations that have been put to us. One from State South Africa by Uma Mushabalala, We've also had a presentation from AFRA, that being the Association for Rural Advancement, from Me Otley, as well as the last presentation we've just received from Ntate Rick Desatre of the high-level panel on the assessment. Honorable members, I will ask that you raise your hands, those that may have questions of clarity or comments on the three presentations. And if I may ask the presenters to note the questions that are directed directly to their presentations, so that having dealt with the questions, they will have to then respond to the questions posed by honorable members. If we will take Honorable Mkonto, has got a hand up. Honorable Dana, Honorable Mdabe. Let's go with those three hands for now. Honorable Kapa as well is raised his hand. Go ahead, Honorable Mkonto.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Good morning to you, Chair, honorable members, colleagues from both departments, and our guests and presenters today. Chair, on slide 14 of Stats SA, they mentioned the multidimensional poverty that is higher. The percentage is higher in the farms compared to the rest of South Africa. But I wanted to check, Chair, if those poverty dimensions include food security, meaning that farm workers maybe cannot afford the food that they are producing. If, Chair, they can just explain as to, in as far as food security is concerned, in the poverty, let us be specific and talk about food security. Let that be explained to us, Chair. And then with AFRA, it is alleged that I'm not let me not say alleged. According to the research, the Department of Agriculture and Land Reform is failing to enforce some acts of labor tenants. Chair, I want to check the issue of the deductions effected from the salaries of farm workers paying for these low quality housing structures, if their research was being able to look at that, and as to how common is that practice in the farming community. And the last presentation, Chair, a lot of things, worrying factors has been presented, Chair, but I have just one broad and general question. Chair, why is it difficult for government to build houses in privately owned land? Because we seem not to be having a balance to say people are losing patience, this cannot be implemented, these policies cannot be effected, cannot be enforced. But South Africa is in a constitutional democracy, meaning that those that are owning the farms, they have a right to take government to court. If anything that they don't agree with happens, then the issue of government building houses for farm workers in land that is owned by other people, how has that affected this process of agri-villages and so forth and so forth, and government implementing the housing program in the farming community? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkondo. Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentations. I just have 3 questions of clarity. The first one is to Stats SA. I think it's on slide 3. You mentioned that the stats that you're working on are 2020 estimates. So I'd just like to know how these estimates are made. In other words, how is this data gathered and what is the accuracy rate of the statistics that you mentioned to us? My second question is to AFRA, and it's with regards to the mention that was made about outstanding labour tenant claims. I'd like to know from the presenter if she can just maybe give us a figure of how many outstanding labour tenant claims there are currently in South Africa. And my last question is to Dr. De Satka. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. You mentioned that one of your recommendations are that we should wait for precedents to be set by the courts on the implementation of ESTA. And I'd just like to know, are there currently any notable ESTA cases that we should be watching that are currently in the courts? And if you can maybe give us references to a few previous cases which have set precedents in this regard specifically. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mahmoud Dana. The Honorable Mdabe.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to the honorable members and all the presenters and our technical team that is present here today. And thanks for the presentations that have been made so far. Chair, I have a question for AFRA. In their report on labor tenants, the labor tenants and farm workers in the report did mention the issue of the inaction of government on the recommendations, as well as the process of them participating in the hearings and information to what has then been put in place for government to change their plight. Now, they are saying that they were not properly coordinated and informed of those public hearings. Now, does therefore then means that the report that AFRA is presenting is inconclusive because of that aspect of the people who had experienced challenges in the farming community have not been given a proper hearing or adequate space for them to air their views. The last question would be from for the high-level panel. It's somehow related to what Honorable Mkondo raised. The issue of unregulated hostels and housing demand database. How conclusive that report is based on what was then commissioned by SAHRC. I think it was in 2010, if my memory serves me well. Based on the challenges that municipalities had. One is the issue of access to privately owned land. Coupled with that is the issue of the NGOs that participate in the farming sector, or agricultural sector or the farming community or society, their role in pursuing and advocating the plight, which most of the time is challenged or is propagated by organizations that represent the employers, where the government wants to implement policy change. Therefore, the organizations that represent employers quickly run to court. I don't see the NGOs that has a different view in terms of then understanding and working for the farming community, in particular the workers and labor tenants, to make sure that they become the friends of court on behalf of the farming community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtabe. The Honorable Kapa.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for these presentations. First, let me go to just one clarity on the first one. On the part of the workers there, I would just want from the statistics say that when they talk figures there are situations where you would have quite skilled workers, or would they be classified as farm workers as well, so that our figures or statistics can be clear that maybe when we talk about this, we talk about this group, so that we should be able to establish where things can be corrected or improved. To ASRA, just to get one understanding on whether do the master and servant relations still do exist on the farms, and then if they don't, it would be interesting to clarify that, and therefore it tells us a lot. But if they do, it would be interesting also to know what can be done if they do affect, and as I believe, the working conditions and relations of the farm workers and farm dwellers. Lastly, to Putlisani and PS, just to get an understanding also whether the issues of unionization, when the workers become conscious of their rights and become unionized, what happens to their relations with their employers, which would ultimately affect their relations and their conditions. Just a clarity on that part, because at some stage it will go further and affect the political affiliations. If I would make an example where the farmer would be an EFF and the farm worker would be a colored guy. I'm making an example. I tell you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kapa. If you may lower your hand. Honorable members, any other honorable members who may wish to pose a question? I don't see Honorable Matias.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Chair. Greetings to all. And let me welcome the presentations. I have two questions. One is directed to Statistics South Africa. Look, it's good that we've got statistical information presented in percentages. But for a farm boy like myself, percentages don't take me any far. So I need real figures. I need to know how many farm workers and farm dwellers we still have in this country in real terms. Is it 1 million? Is 500,000? Is 800,000? 0.8 million as presented here doesn't really make any compelling case. So we need that. We need clear numbers. We also need to know, between 1984 and 1994, a 10-year period. How many farm workers and dwellers we had on farms in 1984 rather, 1984, and in 1994. And also to get an illustration of between 1994 and 2014 or even now, how patterns of settlement on farms by farm workers and farm dwellers has changed. Is it for the worse or for the good? And how has that impacted on municipalities which have been affected by people who migrated or moved from farms to urban areas? We need that. That's the first question. The second question is directed to Portfoli. The presenter, Mr. Desaj, talks about policy fragmentation. Indeed, there is a lot of policy fragmentation when it comes to security of tenure for farm workers. And not only for farm workers and dwellers, but even for those beneficiaries of land restitution. But in his presentation, doesn't tell us exactly how to overcome policy fragmentation. Indeed, there is policy fragmentation. Government has enacted a plethora of laws that are designed to deal with the security of tenure. But it seems that all such plethora of laws have come to zero. We've got Land Rights Bill, which was never passed, Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act, Extension of Security of Tenure Act, Labor Tenants Act, Communal Land Tenure Right Act, Transformation of Certain Rural Areas Act, Upgrading of Land Rights Act, which of course may be applying to certain areas, and Communal Land Right Act, and a host of many other acts, Honorable Chair, that seeks to tamper with relations on farm and provide security of tenure. Portfoli does not provide concrete solution. What is it that must happen to overcome that? And in order to ensure that our people on farms, they've got a secured tenure, they will leave farms as and when they want to leave, even if their employment has come to an end. I would want to hear some answers from Mr. Desaj. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ntate Matiase. Any other honorable member on the platform who have not recognized who wishes to put a question? If not, honorable members, allow me to welcome the acting chairperson on the Portfolio Committee on Employment and Labor, the Honorable Baonontsele. Baonontsele, any questions on your side or any input?
Morning, Honorable Chair, morning, honorable members. Can I keep my video off because of network problems? Chair, so far, I think the presentations were fine and they help us to understand and to appreciate the broader picture, particularly with regard to the nature of the challenges that are embedded within the farming community. But more importantly, I think the issue that would need to look at if we were to take into account Stats SA's statistical analysis of the challenges is the extent to which we are able then to address the living conditions in the farming community. But however, that should be informed as well by our practical experience on what exactly is prevailing, particularly with regard to applicable legislation on issues of national minimum wage, because the presentation doesn't, in as much as it is quite thorough, but it doesn't in any way come closer to say to what extent the farming communities have in fact complied with the interventions that have been made so far, like the issue of the national minimum wage, that is with regard to farm workers. The other point that I think that would also need to be looked at, in addition to that, are other interventions, particularly the issue of tenure, because we have ongoing forced removal of workers or people who are residing on farms, particularly when there is a fallout. How do we deal with those instances? The records, for instance, of such cases, and where, for instance, there are necessary interventions that need to be made. These are just few remarks, Chair, but overall, the presentations as have been made, I think for me, they are quite eye-opening and helpful and would make it easier for us as a team when going to the oversight exercise, would be better informed and better appreciative of the challenges ahead, so that we are able then to provide the appropriate responses as mandated by the House. Having said that, Chair, I thought also it would be, if I'm not taking your hand too far, to also to request your indulgence that at the end of the presentations and debate, that would request that we just have a few thoughts on the proposed program. It's just the proposals that would want to make, so that the committee can then conclude on that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Baunonsel. And mostly we will cover the program that has been put together for the joint committee in terms of doing our oversight. We'll cover that at the end of the presentations. Honorable members, let me also add in maybe a few questions to what has been put by the honorable members. And I think I will start with the presentation that was made by Mamu Shabalala from Stats SA with regards to formal housing on farms. Is Stats SA able to comment on its ownership and total ownership of those houses? Are they owned by farm owners, or are they owned as private dwellings or houses for farm dwellers or workers' houses? Would want to ascertain as if the farm workers on those farms actually do enjoy land tenure rights, or are they just squatters? In access to services statistics, is there any differentiation of farm workers and farm owners in regards with access to services? On the presentation that was put to us, honorable members, by Ntate Rick de SAHRC, what are the impediments to the implementation of Section 4 of ESTA? If you can be able to cover that, Ntate de SAHRC. And then perhaps on both the presentation that was put to us by Mamu Laurel Otl, as well as Rick de SAHRC, Stats South Africa shows a large number of population which is in urban areas. Do you think there is a great migration of farm dwellers from farms to urban settlements? For AFRA, is it something you observe as you work with labor tenants and farm dwellers? In particular, when you drive across the Western Cape and you see on these on these farms, particularly wine farms, wine estates, it seems that farm workers and farm dwellers have been removed from farms and have actually settled in shanty towns or even townships that have been established through the RDP houses in those areas. So where you used to, in the previous years, used to have farm workers and farm dwellers living on farms, they seem to have been evacuated and forced into these shanty towns where they are living under horrid living conditions. What has been your findings in this regard? Also, I would like to ascertain as to what is your view on or about agri-villages. Are these a solution of the future? Could we be looking into that? That is all on my side, honorable members. I see a late hand coming up from Honorable Steyn.
Chairperson, I'm really sorry about this. I was just totally struggling today with connectivity. Chair, I'm sorry if this was covered in the presentation. I could not see the presentations. My question would be maybe to Stats SA or maybe any of the other presenters regarding education. I know in the area where I am, a lot of farm workers move to towns in order to take their children to school. Did Stats SA or any of the other presentations cover the issue of education, especially for children, and then the same for healthcare? I know when I came to live here about 30 years ago, there was regularly farm visits with the mobile clinics, and a lot of that has stopped or is very infrequent. Was any of the Stats SA or anyone else monitoring that situation? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Steyn. If you may lower your hand, please. Honorable members, we'll now hand back to our presenters to respond to the questions that have been raised by yourselves. We will start with Stats SA, Umamu Shabalala, and afford each of our presenters about 6 minutes to respond and cover the questions that were raised by honorable members. Actually, we'll have about 10 minutes for responses, so we do have set about 30 minutes for that. So, Mamu Shabalala, Stats South Africa, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start by making two general comments, and thank you for the questions and the inputs from honorable members. The first general comment that I would like to make is that the presentation today covered just a few indicators from a wide range of indicators that we collect from our surveys. So there are indicators that we do have, for instance, on food security, for instance, the detailed information on education that has been asked today, but they did not form part of the presentation today, but it's information that we do have in our surveys that we can provide if it's needed. And then the second general comment that I want to make is that also the presentation today, we did a disaggregation by type of settlement, meaning that our analysis was looking at the circumstances in the farm areas, but we did not disaggregate further to say within the farm areas to look at those who are farm owners as opposed to those who are farm workers. It's a disaggregation that we didn't do for the purpose of this presentation. Now, to talk to the direct questions that were asked, Honorable Mkonto, the index that I spoke about, the poverty index that we call the SAMPI, it does not include an indicator on food security. Because when I showed this the slide on multidimensional poverty, we were looking at the trend, and we wanted all the data points to be comparable. So the questions on food security, unfortunately, not asked in the census 2001. Therefore, we then could not include them for this comparison. But it is information that we do have that going forward we are planning to include in the index as we go forward. But it's also information that we can extract in the existing data to talk about food security in the farms. The second question from Honorable Dana. This presentation used various sources of data, but you talked about the 2020. So I'm going to talk about the general household survey that we conducted in 2020, where we extracted some of the indicators in this presentation. It is a general household survey, which it is a household-based sample survey, which we visit about 30,000 households. That's the sample size. And the estimates are representative at national, provincial, and metro levels. But we can disaggregate by other explanatory variables like settlement type, that's what we did today, and others like population group and so on. And it's representative at that level. We use an indicator of quality, which is called the coefficients of variation, in short, the CVs, to establish the reliability of information that we are publishing. So our thresholds are set at 95%. So what we are saying is that our CVs are at 95%. We are confident that the information that we produce, we are 95% confident that the information that we produce is reliable. And then in terms of the question from Honorable Tapa, whether the numbers that we are showing in the farms, whether they include white-skilled workers, as I indicated in my general comment, that all we disaggregated by type of settlement. So everyone who is found in the farm areas, we then reported on. So the numbers include all those that reside in the farms, including the owners as well. It can be professionals that are there. They are included. If you look at the slide where we talk about industry and instance, you will see that we've included, it includes also professionals and others. And maybe just to also highlight that in the income slide, where we talk about the average income of about 26,000 per annum, yes, it includes all those that are residing in the farms. In terms of how many farm workers and how many dwellers, we conducted a census of commercial agriculture in 2007 and also in 2017. This is part of the slides that I skipped today because of time, but in one slide we are reporting that the total number of farming units involved in commercial agriculture in 2017 was estimated at about 40,122 farms. And the people that were working in those farms, in the commercial farms, were just below 800,000, and 39% of those employees were part-time or seasonal. So again, there is more information in this census of agriculture that we conducted, which also was not part of. Honorable Matlase, okay, the trends, looking at the trends today going backwards, it's information that we extract, but we cannot extract going back to 1984 to 1994 because issues of comparability then creeps in terms of the methodologies used and in terms of the questions that were asked. So we can look at how far back we can go, taking into consideration things that we can compare, looking at the methodologies that we were using at the time, as well as the questions that were asked. Honorable Chair, the questions that you asked in terms of the formal dwelling, when we were talking about the formal dwelling, are we able to establish the tenure status? Yes, it's something we do ask the tenure status from our respondents of the dwellings that they reside in. So it's information again that we can extract that we can extract. And access to services. Access to services, it combines both the farm owners and the farm workers, as I've indicated in the general comment that we disaggregated by the geotype, the geographic location, as opposed to profile within the geographic location. Yes, the last question on education, as I indicated, we do have a report that talks about on education, and it includes a wide range of information on indicators on education. However, it may not have disaggregated or have extracted the farm areas in particular. So it is information that can be extracted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mamu Shabalala, for the responses. Let's move on to Mamu Laurel Otley.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to honourable members for the questions and the chance to engage at a deeper level. I think the first thing I just wanted to clarify that's cross-cutting is around the difference between farm workers and farm dwellers and labour tenants. So again, the variation that most farm workers in Western Cape, for example, are also farm dwellers. So they're living on the farm and they're working on that farm. Whereas in KwaZulu-Natal, many labour tenants, because they're not farm workers, they are only occupiers. And you have other occupiers under ESTA who may be former farm workers or just have occupation rights. And it's just important to bear that in mind, that that you've got very different solutions for whether you're talking about farm workers who are living on farms versus occupiers who have occupancy and or ownership rights under different legislation, but aren't not working. And that is, in fact, an incredibly economically vulnerable group. And that's where we didn't have time today to dive into the national minimum wage, which was raised. But when you do have farm occupiers who have very few employment opportunities, if they're not able to get employed on that farm, it's very difficult to access other opportunities for income, and a national minimum wage would address the plight of these most vulnerable dwellers. So to respond to the question specifically around deductions from salaries, again, it was just that distinction around the fact that most labor tenants are not farm workers. So while we do work with farm workers and work closely with the Department of Labor on the ground in multi-stakeholder partnerships, these issues are addressed as they are raised by our communities and by farm workers. So we've seen a big shift once those relationships are built at a local level between civil society, different government departments, in this case, the Department of Labor, then any violations are now being quickly addressed. Certainly, as I said, I'm talking very specifically here around areas of KwaZulu-Natal, which are very different to the Western Cape and other provinces. In terms of the debate around housing on privately owned land, which I know is what Rick presented on, I just wanted to touch in on, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of a judgment that was made in the High Court in Pietermaritzburg in August 2020, which was around the provision by municipalities of water and services to farm dwellers. And this, of course, includes farm workers. So the contestation was around municipalities trying to deliver the services that constitutionally they need to provide, and landowners blocking that by saying, this is privately owned land, I own this land, I will not let you on to provide these services. The court judgment clarified that those constitutional rights trump the private property rights in terms of the provision of such services to vulnerable groups. So municipalities have now begun to roll out programs of delivering basic services on privately owned farms in KwaZulu-Natal. And again, these judgments are cross-cutting tools where the courts are clarifying areas of uncertainty in the law and can be applied in other provinces and other municipalities across the country. In terms of the question around outstanding claims, this was unfortunately one of the slides that I had to skip over. But on slide 17, I provided the number. So there were around originally 22,000 applications lodged by labor tenants, and it is currently estimated that 9,000 claims remain unresolved. But bear in mind that each one of those claims is for a family. So one person in the family lodges the claim, but the entire family unit would become landowners once that land is transferred. So it may be 9,000 claims, but that's 9,000 families of many different sizes. So it's a much higher population that will be positively impacted should these claims be resolved. The question around the legal case, again, I'm sorry, I had to skip through that a little bit too fast. But on slide 18, I talked around the current status of the case, which is that the applicants argued successfully in the Constitutional Court, and in the Land Claims Court for the appointment of a special master of labor tenants. And what's important here is that the special master is a new legal mechanism and is an independent agent, though reporting to the court to assist in the implementation of a complex court order in a complex situation. But the Department of Agriculture, Land, Form, Rural Development and the Minister did and have made renewed commitments to labor tenants, and they are working now actively with the Office of the Special Master in terms of the implementation. So this is a massive change and a very, very positive change that after many years of being on the opposite sides, we now have civil society and government and an independent new mechanism of the state working directly on the ground. You did raise a concern around Labour tenants themselves not having a chance to air their views. I can assure you that the multi-stakeholder platforms that engaged both within the court process and the court case and now in the implementation plan include all of the local communities and Labour tenant representatives from across the different provinces. It's an incredibly inclusive process, and yeah, all of the key planning work has been done in direct consultation, sitting on farms with farm dwellers and Labour tenants themselves. And there's a lot of evidence of that. But I think it's, as I said, it's the implementation, the fact that after all these years of conflict, finally things are moving. And that's why it's so important to note that Labour tenants are now becoming landowners. And this is absolutely critical for understanding how this may create new employment opportunities, stabilize food security, and that support is needed for these new poor, marginalized Labour tenants who are now becoming landowners. And hopefully with the correct support, they can become farmers themselves. In terms of the role of NGOs and where is the role of NGOs to become friends of the court rather than taking one side. Again, I think there's a need for complexity and understanding of a continuum, because certainly with vulnerable groups, there is a need for championing and for understanding in depth the challenges that they face. When it comes to answers that do not just involve running to court, we've really found there's no way to do it effectively without doing the long, hard work of building relationships and creating spaces where people can sit and talk together. So I think the lack of a push either from government or from civil society in many cases to effectively train and have panels of mediators who can more effectively resolve conflicts, understand both sides of the issues and find solutions without all of these conflicts having to go through onerous, expensive, time-consuming processes that importantly break relationships. Court processes put you into conflict. So if there are mechanisms, and we have suggested many mechanisms for alternative dispute resolution that can prevent this escalation in the courts being tied up, but also then everyone coming out as adversaries. In terms of the question around, do master and servant relationships still exist on farms? And if they do, what can be done to improve the plight of Labour tenants and farm workers? In our experience as AFRA on farms, certainly they are very strong in unequal power relations that have remained unchanged on many farms. On other farms, there has been significant change. So there's huge variation and a very long continuum. Again, I would argue that the building of these relationships proactively has not been done effectively at scale from any side. If we think of, again, it's not just everything on government, it's on all the other support institutions and civil society as well, to find ways of, to change relationships takes active intervention, but it also means a willingness to be able to bring parties with opposing views together to help them understand each other, as well as to negotiate these changes. Because if a farm owner takes seriously the fact that the occupier on their land will become a landowner in their own right, and we can foster relationships of neighborhood and support, it will change significantly the plight of farm dwellers and farm workers. We have found pilots of bringing together these different stakeholders at a district level have started to bear fruit. But I think this has to be adopted at a with much more determination.
Can you conclude?
To conclude, in terms of policy fragmentation solutions, I do believe the high-level panel made very good recommendations in that regard, which I would encourage the committee to look at carefully because it's a critical challenge. In terms of migration, there are definitely push and pull factors in terms of migration. There's definitely urban migration, without any doubt. And it ties to the final question around education and healthcare, because the push factors of farms are conflict and lack of tenure security, lack of employment opportunities, and eviction. The pull factors on the urban side are indeed education, healthcare, the hope of employment opportunities. But I really think the abolition of farm schools is something that must be taken seriously, because this has significant negative consequences in many, many ways on those living on farms. Lastly, to wrap up, in terms of agri-villages, I really believe it's critical that alternative forms of settlement are found, of urban settlements. Rick referred to hamlets, I think, and agri-villages provide a chance to have some robust debate around how can we create different kinds of rural settlements. I think it is absolutely essential to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel Otley from AFRA. Let us, honorable members, move to Ntate Rick de SAHRC. If you may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, a lot of questions, some of them overlap from different speakers, so I'm going to try and amalgamate them in the interest of time. I'm very thankful to Laurel, who gave us that court case about municipalities being able to provide services on privately owned land. Interestingly, this hasn't, in my experience, been a barrier coming from farm owners. It's often been a barrier coming from municipalities and government. There has been a persistent perception that the Municipal Finance Management Act and the Public Finance Management Act prohibit investment of state funds on privately owned land, because if you build a house on someone's land that's owned by somebody else, what does it do to the value of the property? The court has now clarified that this is possible. And very importantly, there have also been legal opinions which indicate, prior to that court case, that municipalities do have a responsibility. But this is something that has to be taken up at a very high level in government to actually engage with having a very clear directive about what the state can and cannot do on privately owned land. So your question came from Honourable Mkhonto about the ownership of houses on farms. Currently, houses that are built on farms for farm workers are owned by the farm owner. They are not the people who live in those houses. They may, depending on the labour regime, pay a deduction for rent from their salaries, but in many instances that doesn't actually take place. It depends again on the sector. But they do not own the house. They are occupiers in the house as defined by Esther. And as a result, if their contract comes to an end or there's a dispute on the farm, they can be evicted and their occupational contract to occupy that house gets severed. So coming to the question from around agri-villages that has been asked by a number of people and which Laurel has alluded to, I think there is potential to explore well-located, strategically located hamlet development, rural settlement. But there is a real risk that if you have agri-villages, they do become poverty traps. If we look at the challenges that municipalities face currently to provide services to inhabitants in urban areas, if you add to their mandate now to service more remote rural settlements, we can probably surmise what the result will be, that urban areas will get precedence and those rural areas are unlikely to get a good quality of service. So this is where agri-villages perhaps need to be reconceptualized. And there's certainly interesting cases where employers have approached government to ask to establish agri-villages. I can think of several cases in the Western Cape, and to donate land and also to contribute to the construction of houses and delivery of services. But this unfortunately has gone nowhere. So I think there is a possibility for partnerships in this area, but again, the legal obligations of the parties and how those are constructed would need to be very, very carefully explored. With regard to ESTER cases, I'm not aware currently of significant ESTER cases in the courts. I can certainly put together a list of key court judgments around ESTER and make it available to you. The ones that I referred to about the right to family life, some of those went to the Constitutional Court, and it's a very contested area of ESTER, but I'm afraid we don't have time to explore that in any detail. Honorable Tapa asked about unionization and employer relations. Again, I think this depends on the subsector and the scale of the enterprise. In certain big farms, and if you look at the back of my presentation, I've taken information from Stats SA's Census of Commercial Agriculture, where they provide a breakdown of large, medium, micro, and small-scale farms, and how many there are. And also I've indicated like how a very small percentage of very large farms and agribusinesses play a dominant role in the marketplace. So in those instances, there is a real possibility for unionization. And in some instances, employers would actually welcome that. But again, as you know, the union sector is itself very fragmented. And one of the things we have seen is that unions are often poaching each other's membership, and there's often like contested relations between unions. And unions actually have a very poor press amongst agricultural workers in general. On the whole, there are exceptions, of course. Right. How to overcome policy fragmentation? This is the million-dollar question that you ask. Again, the high-level panel has indicated this, some suggestions. But I think that the key issue is that we have to start to focus on particular constituencies. We have to map out what their needs are, and we have to look at who's responsible for those needs. So if we look at farm workers and dwellers, they have needs for housing, they have needs for services, they have needs for health, they have needs for education, they have needs for training. There's a whole range of things, and they're all supplied by different actors. And at the moment, our fragmentation is because everybody is coming up with a program, or not, as the case may be, to meet those things. And there is no anchor in the state to say, right, we now have a farm worker development and support program. And this is an intergovernmental program. It's a program, a joint program of government, and it requires contributions from land affairs, from agriculture and rural development, land reform, from housing, from human settlements, etc., and obviously from municipalities. And to start to conceptualize that, I think the municipalities' one plan, the district development plans, which are currently being developed in different parts of the countries, may provide some opportunities there. Coming to the question I think I've dealt with around education and healthcare, these are huge deficits at the moment, and they're part of the reason why farm workers may relocate. And yes, the farm school abolition is a huge problem. But I think one thing that I'd like to conclude, I may not have covered all the questions, but I know we're running out of time, is about the future of farm work in general. if you were a farm worker and you had children, would you want your children to become the farm workers of the future? If we go back to the history of farm labor in South Africa, in the Western Cape, it has its origins in slavery. As Laurel has pointed out, there are highly unequal relations of power on farms. And there's a sort of an expectation that farm labor is an intergenerational thing. I think that in many respects, we need to be challenging that assumption, and we need to be making farm labor an employment area that becomes more competitive and attracts people to work on farms because of changed living and working conditions, rather than because there are no other alternatives. I hope I've answered everybody. If I haven't, my apologies, but I think time suggests I should stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndate Rick de Sakte. Ndate Rick de Satge. Honorable members, there's the responses from the three presentations, which from the responses that we've received, we will need to follow up with Stats South Africa, particularly on various indicators and variables that have been raised by the honorable members. And we will have to request the Stats SA to make a written submission to the committee so that we can be able to share this with the honorable members, as we are constrained for time. We will now proceed with the two other presentations that are scheduled on our program. Allow me, therefore, honorable members, to invite from the Human Rights Watch, Julian Noko Mewanu, who's the senior researcher.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I don't know if it makes sense to have my video
Is it
on.
Juliana or Julian?
Juliana Nokomewanu.
Juliana, our secretariat have got your name and Rick wrong, so please pardon us on our side. You may proceed, Juliana Noko.
Thank you. I do want to clarify that this research that we did was in 2011, so it's been more than 10 years. Our South Africa director, who was based in South Africa and monitoring different issues across the Southern African region of Africa, passed a few months ago. So I'm filling in and we'll probably just stick to our findings of the report. So I might not be able to speak to new developments or what is happening currently. Some of the things that I wanted to focus on were the main findings, and I think it kind of resonates with the discussion that has been going on so far. So we found poor housing and evictions from farms. In terms of poor housing, we realized that farm workers occupied shelters that were not fit for living. The types or the range of available shelters was quite depressing for someone like me who does work around land and housing rights. We found substandard unsafe housing that lacks adequate sanitation and fails to provide protection from the elements or other threat of health, such as cold weather during winter and things like that. We found housing that violated the rights to to protections against housing and to an environment that is not harmful to health. At the time of publication, there was a lack of clarity as to who is responsible for providing housing for farm workers and other dwellers. Several workers who live on farms were often relegated to worse housing than permanent workers, seasonal workers, sorry. I also want to clarify that it's 4 a.m. my time. So in case I kind of slip up, that's what's happening. We found that farm workers were vulnerable to eviction without due process, adequate compensation, or suitable alternative accommodations. Farm dwellers described a range of tactics used by farmers, including threatening them, cutting off electricity, and limiting water supplies. Government officials, by our findings, failed to protect farm workers who were being evicted without due process or compensation. And even when farm workers were confronted with aggressive and illegal efforts from the farm owner. Another finding was around occupational and other health and safety. Farmers often fail to provide the proper safety equipment or take other steps to mitigate farm workers' exposure to pesticides. For those working directly with pesticides, as well as people not working directly with it, sometimes explicitly denying farm workers requests for safer conditions. Farmers routinely refuse to provide legally required sick leave to workers without first receiving a medical certificate. And that depended on how many days the worker was asking for. Farmers did not provide them with toilets, hand washing facilities, or drinking water while working, which is contrary to the law. Other conditions of employment, especially focused on fair labor practices like minimum wage, particulars of employment, and sick leave. We found that there was a lack of contracts, improper deductions, and lack of benefits, and a greater likelihood of verbal or physical abuse. We also saw that there were racial and gender discrimination. Pregnant women face additional discrimination, especially with farmers not wanting to employ women who were either who were pregnant, sometimes denying them work or dismissing them when they were pregnant, thus avoiding the provision of maternity leave, which is required by law. Lack of freedom of association and obstacles to union formation. Then we found out that the farm owners put up obstacles for farm workers to form a union. Farmers also forced or persuaded people to resign from unions, and union members experienced poorer treatment from farm owners compared to non-union members. In terms of, all of these focus directly on the farmers or farm owners. And of course, business has a responsibility to ensure that its operations do not negatively harm either communities that are affected by it or its workers themselves. And where there is law, and businesses need to follow that law. But on the side of government, we found that there's a lack of effective monitoring of labor conditions and enforcement of laws related to labor, housing, and evictions. There was an issue with labor inspector capacity in terms of numbers and how effectively labor inspectors could adequately monitor what was going on farms, given the lack of human resource, but also there were policies in place that could limit how much assessment could be done in an ad hoc manner by labor inspectors. Our main recommendations were that there should be, I'm just focusing on the general. In the report, we do speak to specific government agencies and what they could do. But what my sense, what I got from it was that there should be greater coordination. And I feel like some of the other presenters have mentioned this already. There should be greater coordination within the government in terms of coordination across different agencies that have a role to play to ensure that labor conditions are fair. More robust monitoring, so having to do with who's responsible for monitoring what's going on, labor inspector capacity, so increasing that capacity so there is effective monitoring and effective and ongoing monitoring. So that has implications for resource allocation to be able to hire or deploy more inspectors, and also transparency on how this is done, and clarity on responsibility for the millions of farm workers and dwellers in South Africa. So who's responsible for them, and how exactly does this responsibility play out? I know there have been a number of comments around agri villages, and I'm not very familiar with the concept. And I think all of these things will depend on how effectively government puts them in place, what types of services accompany these, and the ongoing monitoring that has to ensure that the goal is actually being attained. So I didn't make a PowerPoint presentation because we haven't done recent work on this issue. So I just wanted to go back and highlight some of our key findings and mention what our main recommendations were for government. So I will end there.
Thank you, Juliana, from the Human Rights Watch. Are you on the eastern side or western side? Because it's 4 a.m. there.
I am in the Midwest, in Central,
Midwest.
so I'm in Iowa. Yes,
Okay.
but I'm Cameroonian.
Oh no! Thank you and for accommodating us. And a question that was missed by Ndate Rick de Sartre, who wanted to cover the question we had posed in terms of the impediments to the implementation of Section 4 of ESTA. And he has written in the chat group, and I would ask that when we come to questions later, we allow him to elaborate on this. But he sent that this seems to be a question of a lack of political will to implement this section of the Act. There were also concerns about possible duplication of subsidies to provide housing and land for farm workers. It would be interesting to hear from the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development in this regard, as there may be issues that I am unaware of. Perhaps you'll be able to elaborate further on this. But let us now invite honorable members. Our last presentation, actually second last presentation before we go into questions, that will be from the South African Human Rights Commission, which will be dealt with by the Commissioner, Chris Nissen. And after him, we will have the presentation from Margriet Visser the researcher of labor development and governance from the University of Cape Town, and Dr. Maggie Opondo from the University of Nairobi. These two presentations, honorable members, will be chaired by Honorable Nontsele, as I've requested to be excused to be able to go for Juma, our day of prayer, and I will be listening on from the side, but Honorable Nontsele will proceed with the rest of today's program. Thank you, and over to you, Honorable Nontsele.
Thank Honorable Ngosi Mandela for your excellent chairing for the session. Honorable members, I have network challenges here, so I will chair without my camera. May the guests as well forgive me for that. May we proceed with the Human Rights Commission presentation, please? Am I audible to everyone? The silence.
Yes, teacher, you are.
Oh, thanks. There was stony silence, so I thought I might be speaking to myself. Can we then proceed with the presentations? As Honorable Mandela pointed out, that the questions from the recent presentation and those follow-ups, they will only be made after these two outstanding presentation. So we proceed with the Human Rights Commission presentation.
I guess Mr. Nissen is trying to
lock.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members. Can you hear me?
Morning, Commissioner Nissen.
Chairperson, yes, I'm in a very bad space, but we've been in and out of the meeting. But nevertheless, Chairperson, we did send you, the Secretary, a notice. And I would like to just apologize first to you, Chair, and to the honorable members and the other stakeholders that have been there, that we received this invitation late yesterday, and the focal area commissioner is Commissioner Sibanyone, who's not available, but I then insisted that I do come to the meeting today just to honor the invitation, but also to make a brief remarks and the questions that you've asked us to look at, Chair, if with your permission and the honorable members' permission, that we will send you a detailed response to that. Chair, if that's in order with you.
No, that's fine. You're welcome, Commissioner Chris Nissen. You can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, we've been listening to the presentations here today, which goes around everything from ESTA to sanitation to water, etc. I've got the fortunate or unfortunate position that in the Western Cape and in some parts of the other parts of the country that I do deal with farm workers on a regular basis and farming issues on a regular basis. First of all, let me say, and I would love to hear your views, not maybe now, but also in future, around ESTA. You know, Chair, I've been raising this with the Justice Department, that the ESTA is not really working in the favor of the farm worker. I give you an example that in a town here in the Western Cape, a presiding officer gave an order that the farm owner be given the right to evict, and that the municipality must find an alternative. But the presiding officer also said that he's fully convinced that Mr. and Mrs. Arendse are well versed with ESTA. Only to see where Mr. and Mrs. Arendse were signing, they made a cross. They're illiterate, they can't read and write. Chair, we sit with a lot of these issues, access to farms access to water and sanitation for people on the farms, and we're raising it. And let me say from the onset, Chair, there are many, many good farm owners and land owners that are really taking care and have wonderful programs. But you do find these pockets of bad potatoes in the pockets, that you find that our people are still struggling and battling on access to water. The issue that raised by the colleagues here about when you're 18 years old, then you must leave the farm or you must pay rent. If you can't work there, you must leave the farm or you must pay rent. Chair, just the one that has been recently in our minds now is, you will recall that last week on Thursday and Friday and Saturday, there was an outbreak of violence between two non-national groupings, the nationals from Lesotho and nationals from Zimbabwe, and they were fighting each other, and they chased Zimbabweans out of Gubela Township, and obviously we had to intervene in that matter. And then, of course, the issue is about labor brokers, because the minimum wage is not being paid, and the labor brokers creates a situation where they take for non-nationals, and whereas in those towns the nationals, our South Africans, were the preferred because they were the traditional source of labor for the farmers. And so, Chairperson, we dealt with that issue, but also in Bredasdorp also, Zimbabweans were chased out because they felt that they're taking their jobs on the farm. So we are going to meet with the labor brokers and the farmers in those areas to discuss how best we can improve the situation. Chair, we have a problem in terms of when there are farm workers and farm dwellers, and some of those farm dwellers have got a title in terms of ESTA, but you will find that it's very difficult. They make it very difficult for people, and we have to battle, even calling the police at times, to open the gate at night for people who are sick on the farm. But Chairperson, in terms of the questions that you raised, I can say that I think before our time, but I think it was 2015 or 2016, when there was a hearing, and that hearing was basically around farm killings, and the outcome of that was and to my understanding, that all lives matter, and it's the farmer's life, the landowner's life, the land dweller's life, and the farm worker's life. And we brought out as the Commission an engagement with South African Police Services to look at the rural strategy in protecting the farmer, the farm worker, and the farm dweller. And also out of that came out a advocacy program that we wanted to sensitize all those in the farming agri community around the rights of farm workers, but also the responsibility of both farm workers and farmer. Chairperson, one of the things that have come out in which we're engaging with the Labor Department is the labor inspectors on the farms, that we want to make sure that they're monitoring and they're visiting the farms of utmost importance, and that they need to look at what the farm workers are going through. For example, a year and a half ago in Senegal, one of the issues that came out of we had the Labor Department and the intergovernmental departments together in Senegal, and one of the issues was the complaints of the farm workers. So, Chair, those are my comments, Chair. And once again, I apologize. There's so much to talk about, and we'll certainly respond in detail to your request and your questions to us, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reverend Chris Nissen, for your incisive inputs. And we take note as well that you would still make a submission to the points that we've requested from yourselves in preparation for this task. Maybe just whilst you are on platform, Commissioner, is it going to be important? Are you able to clarify the timelines with regard to your submission?
Chairperson, thank you so much.
If it can be done as soon as possible.
Chair, we will certainly do that, Chair, but if you want to put a date to a Chair, we will honor that date.
That was as soon as yesterday. So can we agree?
Chairperson,
Yes.
we will make a chairperson. There was a warden when I was in prison. There was a warden that gave us our last meal at 12 o'clock, and he will tell us, take your time, but be quick.
Yes. yes. That I'm trying to say that, but I don't want to give endlessly wait.
No, Chairperson. We will. Can I put a date that we will have a response to you by
Tuesday.
Wednesday? Tuesday is fine, Chair.
Yes, Tuesday. Thanks.
Tuesday is fine, Chairperson.
Thanks, Commissioner. Colleagues, that was the presentation by Commissioner Reverend Chris Nissen. As already indicated, the submission would be made on Tuesday, but he has made some important and critical remarks with regard to the effectiveness or otherwise of ESTA, and as well as the clashes that are currently underway in the Robertson and the Bredas areas, where they are currently engaged in trying to resolve those problems relating to problems that are brought about by labor brokers, and as well as farmers themselves who are trying to score the cheapest available laborers from outside, whilst at the same time displacing the local workers. So we'll get a comprehensive report in that regard. But we know the areas that have been raised, and Commissioner, we hope that you will remain for questions that would arise immediately after the next presentation. Can we get the next presentation then from professors of University of Cape Town and University of Nairobi? I don't have the details of the institute that you present, but I know that you're coming as professors from these two important institutions, the University of Cape Town and that of Nairobi. Secretary, can you help us to ensure that they are able to present?
Honorable Chair, Margriet
Yes.
here. I just see that the host disabled participant screen sharing. So unfortunately, I can't share my screen with you. Can you maybe enable me to share my screen?
I'm unable as well. Can Mr. Sakaza, can you please help Prof to share screen?
I think now maybe let's just see if it can work. Okay. Let's just see from beginning. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, Prof, I can see it.
Yes. Okay. So first I want to just say I'm not a professor. I'm not even a doctor. I'm ashamed to say I'm just a plain researcher.
I'm sorry for that.
So, but let me just start off by saying, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to present here today. I will again discuss the main findings of the ILO study titled Farm Workers' Living and Working Conditions in South Africa, Key Trends, Emergent Issues, and Underlying and Structural Problems. And that report was done in 2014, and I've already presented this report in 2016, but I was also contacted yesterday to ask if I could again present the findings of the research. It would just be kind of bird's eye view findings. It is a very thick, voluminous report of 260 pages. So I won't be able to touch on anything, but a report and also a synopsis was created that I can circulate with you again. Just to briefly recap, the report can I, yeah, so you can all see my screen clearly. Honorable members, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the study was conducted in 2014 against the background of certain events. And the first was the publication of the Human Rights Watch report that we just heard the presentation about in 2011, titled Ripe with Abuse. And that report alleged widespread abuse of workers on Western Cape farms. And the second incident was the outbreak of the labor protest in the Dorings in 2012. So in the light of these events, Mr. Stone Cezanne, the chair of the Portfolio Committee on Rural Development and Land Affairs, then suggested that a comprehensive study be undertaken to assess conditions on farms and identify structural problems feeding into poor conditions of work. The terms of the study was designed by a multi-stakeholder panel consisting of industry, labor, and government. And they had very specific terms and terms for the study that we had to keep with. The study was eventually funded by the ILO, and I was one of a consortium of researchers from universities who compiled the report. But then during this presentation, if you would indulge me, I would also like to just briefly touch on just completed research, hot off the press, of a project titled Shifting South that I was part of. And the Shifting South project looked at the impact of shifting end markets on producers and workers. And it was a collaboration between the University of Manchester, the University of Nairobi, of which Maggie is part, and also Cape Town University. And I'm sure that research findings will also be relevant to your discussion today. Let's see, how do I scroll now? Okay, so just briefly, the methodology of the ILO study. We focused on labor-intensive industries. We had 10 case studies consisting of 5 farms each in 8 provinces. And the major focus was on the fruit exporting industry, as it employs the majority of agricultural workers. We did in-depth, semi-structured individual workers with 48 producers and 208 farm workers, and group interviews with 250 farm workers. Interviews were conducted mostly by field workers that spoke the mother tongue of the workers. We also did 90 interviews with key stakeholders, ranging from industry organizations, trade unions, NGOs, and government. For each case study, we also tried to interview the chairman of farmers' organizations, NGOs, trade unions operating in the areas, municipal managers, and where we could, clinic managers. So the terms of the study asked the researchers to identify the structural factors that impact on working conditions of farm workers. And the researchers identified 2 regulation streams that impacted on working conditions. The one is public and the one is private. So in terms of public regulation, and Rick Desachi has already referred to this, agricultural policy has changed significantly since the mid-1990s. Government has in the first place extended labor and tenure legislation in full to farm workers, because previously many farm workers as a group were excluded from key labor legislation, such as, for example, the right to strike. And then due to the advice and pressure also from the World Bank and the WTO, government has also deregulated the sector which then led to the closing of marketing wards, which diminished producers' collective negotiating and bargaining power in key markets. The state also rolled back previous extensive support to producers, with the result that the playing field between South African producers and their competitors is highly uneven. If we look at the money that other governments give, not only direct money, but indirect support in terms of research and development, extension service, tariff barriers, then South Africa, the farmers, is on a back leg. On the other hand, we have private regulation. I said there's two regulatory streams, public and private. And private regulation refers to the ability of large retailers, typically supermarkets, to enforce their powers and set terms and conditions and standards for their suppliers, and in the horticultural value chain, that's producers. It's very important that also all producers, never mind if you're large or small, if you sell to a supermarket, then you have to negotiate individually with these powerful consolidated players. And like I said, these retailers also set standards. The income of some retailers, just if you look there on the slide, is humongous. Like our previous President Zuma, I struggle to pronounce figures sometimes, but it's more than Walmart. Walmart in America's annual income was more than 500,000 million US dollars in 2019. So they really have vast power. In this list, just for interest's sake, compiled by Deloitte, also Shoprite interestingly features. It sits at number 86 in the list of the top retailers in the world. Spar, Pick n Pay, and Woolworths features in the top 200. So most supermarkets enforce their own strict product and food safety standards upon their suppliers, which include producers. Food safety standards entail codes of conduct and including a system identifying and monitoring hazard analysis critical control points, also known as HACCP. International supermarkets, but also Woolworths, require that HACCP be backed up by quality management systems such as BRC. And the purpose of that is really to ensure food safety of their products. International supermarkets and Woolworths also require that their producers comply with private social standards, such as WITA and CISA, which I'm sure you have all heard of before. This is very useful from government's point of view because the WITA and CISA standard largely reinforces South African state's labour, but also health and safety regulation. However, at the time of our latest research for the Shifting South project, neither Shoprite nor Woolworths, neither Shoprite nor Pick n Pay enforced the WITA or CISA codes. Woolworths did, in fact, require their producers to either adopt the WITA or the CISA code. So Woolworths is the good person, is progressive here. Spar and some mass smart stores also required CISA certification on some of its in-house brand packed fruit and vegetable products. All international supermarkets and some South African supermarkets also require that producers comply with the good agricultural practice standard called Global GAP. And while Global GAP does not focus on labor standards, it does focus on health and safety standards. And that's important again because it reinforces many aspects of South Africa's Occupational Health and Safety Health and Safety Act. So private social standards, but also global gap, therefore helps to monitor key labor, but also health and safety standards. Yet while supermarkets enforce strict standards on producers, with a few exceptions, it's also producers that have to meet the costs of implementing rising quality standards, including often expensive infrastructure changes that needs to be made to meet especially food safety and good agricultural practice standards. They have to pay for private audits. The supermarkets do not pay for these audits. And they also have to absorb supermarket specials, such as buy one, get one free. And importantly, the risk of producer spoilage that remains, that of producers, until fruit is sold by the final customer. I'm sure you're familiar with many of these findings because government recently also had that inquiry into retailer practices that was completed. Supermarkets also negotiate hard on price, despite the fact that producers have to pick up the bill for the costs of rising standards. For instance, in the Capturing the Gains research project that myself and Professor Stephanie Barrentos from Manchester University did in 2012, we found that the final retail price paid for a carton of South African table grapes, of that final retail price, 42% went to the retailer and only 18% goes to the producer if they don't pack their own fruits. The rest of the percentages was made up of distribution, transport, so logistical costs. Okay, so what is the upshot of that? Due to the combination of regulatory pressures on farmers since 2005 and 2015, the number of farming units have declined by 30%. And average solvency of farms has declined to the worst levels in 30 years as debt growth outstripped asset growth. Right. So the important thing is that these regulatory pressures on farms in turn have a knock-on effect on farm workers. As farmers, profit margins become under pressure and then they are faced by all these pressures from supermarkets, they need flexibility. And as a result of that, we see casualization. So in 2014, when we did the research for the ILO, only 33% of workers on Western Cape farms, for instance, and that that ratio you will find on most fruit-intensive farms, regardless of province. So only 33% of workers were permanent. The rest were all employed on fixed-term contracts. And then while permanent workers still receive fairly substantial benefits, especially that of on-farm housing, temporary workers receive very little benefits, if any at all. And an important finding that we also found out during the ILO research was that the housing of on-farm workers was much better than that of off-farm workers. And that finding has, in the meantime, been corroborated by other studies as well. South African labour legislation, importantly, also does not adequately protect temporary workers. Because of grey areas in the law that has time and again been pointed out to government, temporary workers often end up not getting annual leave and sick leave like the presenter from Human Rights Watch has also pointed out. Recent changes to the LRA that prevents the rolling over of fixed-term contracts to exclude workers. Sorry, let me just repeat that. Recent changes to the LRA that prevents the rolling over of fixed-term contracts specifically exclude workers employed on seasonal work, with the result that fixed-term contract continues to be abused in the agricultural sector. When we did the research in 2014, we also found that the vast majority of workers interviewed earned just the minimum wage or 17% more than the minimum wage. Now, importantly, BFAP, the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy, pointed out to this conundrum, which is that even the wage that workers asked for of 150 Rand per day at the time would be insufficient to feed a family of 4 members, even if such workers had access to a range of grants. The reason why BFAP advised against setting a higher wage was that if you do that, then so many farmers would go bankrupt that you will have huge unemployment. So BFAP acknowledged that pressure coming from through the value chain. So that is the blockage that we have to think of. How are we going to address that? Because unless we relieve some of that pressure, this big balloon of temporary workers will keep growing, and we will even have mechanization, as is now happening already in the wine industry. Despite low wages, and this is now the sad part, the ready availability of temporary work during the season is a magnet for migrants from areas of low unemployment, areas of low employment, such as the Eastern Cape and Lesotho. So this has serious knock-on effects because as a result of casualization, more workers are living off farms, and this is also exacerbated by ESTA, like other presenters have pointed out. ESTA discourages farmers from housing workers on farm, and so rather they prefer to employ workers from off-farm communities that are anyway streaming into areas of high labor absorption. So it's unfortunately at the end of the day, it's the rural municipalities and the state that then has to pick up the bill for housing, for delivering sewerage structure, and water reticulation. And at the moment, this is a complete mess. When we spoke to local municipalities in 2014, they were with their hands in their hair because there were absurd long housing waiting lists. They didn't have enough money to expand sewerage and water systems. And the result was, in fact, that raw sewage was running off into rivers, which is again causing a health hazard for everybody, but is also impacting on agriculture because you need a certain type of water quality to produce fruit of export quality. The situation is also leading, as Commissioner Nissen has just pointed out, leading to social strife. We've seen it in the Dorings twice, in 2009 during xenophobic attacks, in 2012 during the labor protests, and now again in Robertson. And I'm sure we haven't seen the last of it. So this situation will just continue unless government, not only government, but industry, and industry as in farmers, but industry also as supermarkets, join hands and step in to do something about this problem. Just very briefly, what we have seen in the ILO study, it is, sorry, let me just escape. I want this slide. Current slide. Okay. We found fairly good compliance with labor legislation. We certainly didn't find evidence of slavery, nor of workers getting paid in terms of alcohol, paid with alcohol. On most sites, workers got annual or pro rata leave, received sick leave, did not work excessive hours, received pay slips, and paid overtime. However, conditions of temporary and seasonal workers were inferior, especially when it came to overtime, and then also receiving annual or pro rata leave, and also sick leave. Then we also found higher rates of non-adherence with labor law in certain areas, case study areas such as Eastern, Nkomazi, and Limpopo. Just please note that this small sample was very small, so the study does not aim to provide a definitive overview of agriculture. It could at best only provide rapid snapshots. But through the snapshot, what seems to be the trend was that it's not that farmers on Western Capes are more fantastic or God-fearing. Conditions on Western Cape farms and also in the Sunday Rivers Valley that exports oranges were better because they were monitored by private social monitoring agencies such as WITA and SAHRC, but also Global Gap. And like I say, SAHRC, WITA, and Global Gap reinforce labor legislation and also health and safety legislation. So where farms were monitored by private standard setters, conditions were generally better than on farms that were not so monitored. And this finding was again confirmed by our most recent study, which was Shifting South. Okay, but now here is the problem. It is mostly northern supermarkets, specifically the UK and the EU and Scandinavian countries, that at this stage require adherence to private social standards from producers. What the Shifting South project now found was that producers are beginning to move away from northern markets, not because these markets require private social standards, but due to other factors.
Sorry, Margaret. I've given you an open-ended mandate for presentation. Can you try at least by 10 past to wrap up so that the other presenter joins you as well?
Yes, no, I will. I'm almost done. Sorry. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks.
Okay. So, for instance, apple farmers had to find new markets as they can no longer compete with European farmers that are able, thanks to new cold chain technology, to store fruit year-round. And the consequence is that they've now gone off in search of new markets. So for the South African apple industry, the UK and the EU is no longer the major market. Africa is now the biggest single market. Yet with a few exceptions, most buyers in Africa and South Africa do not require any compliance with social standards. For them, product standards is important. And for some of them, mostly supermarkets, food safety standards are important. So the shift in end markets has also been hastened with COVID, and it will further hasten it because COVID caused bottlenecks in the global supply chains, especially with containerization that's sitting in China. So farmers have to find other markets in which to sell their product. And we can also expect that the war in Ukraine will further impact on these shifts. As, for instance, 20% of pears were previously shipped to Russia, now it can't be shipped to Russia. And high petrol prices will also push up shipping costs to the global north. So the question is, if South African fruit farmers are no longer going to be policed or monitored by northern retailers, who will do this? Although the Department of Employment and Labour is supposed to enforce labour and health and safety legislation on all farms, it remains seriously understaffed. And this is as a result of lack of manpower. When interviewed in 2014, state officials responsible for administering and enforcing adherence to ESTA roundly acknowledged that their ability to monitor producers were extremely limited, once again due to manpower shortages. So the bottom line is that as markets shift south, the state can no longer bank on international supermarkets to enforce labor, tenure, and health and safety regulation on fruit and wine farms. It has to engage local supermarkets to start monitoring social conditions in their supply chains. The effect thereof would also be that private monitoring of labor conditions on farms would be extended to all farms instead of just export-orientated farms. And I think it's important also when government and industry engage with supermarkets to also see that supermarkets provide sufficient support, not just enforce rules, but to provide all farmers, also small farmers, with the necessary support to meet standards, because it's expensive to meet those standards. Okay, I now hand over to my colleague, Dr. Maggie Aponda from the University of Nairobi, to discuss legislation recently introduced by the Kenyan government to regulate the fresh vegetable supply there, because Kenya is a very important exporter of fresh vegetables such as peas and beans and also avocado, and which impacts on Kenyan workers and small farmers. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and members.
Thanks, Margareta. Thanks a lot.
I will now share Maggie's presentation. If you just can give me a minute.
Okay.
If you can just enable me again, please.
Mr. Sakaza and your team, can you help, please?
Okay. Share. I think it's this one.
Mr. Sakaza, are you there?
Yes, I'm there, Honorable Chair.
Yes, it's
Can you
being
see? Okay, Maggie, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Dr. Maggie.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, for giving me this opportunity to come and share with you some of the findings from our project Shifting South. And as Marguerite has said, that as trade shifts to the south, there is a lacuna, there is a governance void. And we want to look at public governance in the fresh fruit and vegetable value chain in Kenya. Next slide, please, Marguerite. So just a bit of background. Kenya is the global leader in horticultural export, but most of the produce is produced by smallholders. Almost 66% of fresh vegetables, that go to the export market is produced by smallholders. The same thing occurs with the smallholders, with the avocados, where you find 70% are mainly smallholders, and the labor is mainly family labor and casual labor. So what led to the KS 1758, the Code of Practice for the Horticultural Industry? I'm going to talk today only about KS 1758-2. KS 1758-1 is for the floricultural sector. So what led to KS 1758-2 being legislated by the Kenyan government? Could we go to the next slide, please, Marguerite? It happened that in 2013, we had what we call the maximum residue level crisis, whereby in 2013, the European Union, which is the largest market for Kenya's fresh fruit and vegetable products, restricted Kenyan products from entering the EU ports because it was found that maximum pesticide residue levels exceeded the legal limit at EU ports of entry. Why did this take place? One was because of insufficient documentation and inspection of horticultural products at the ports, at the port of exit in Kenya. And then there was also seepage. Traditionally, Kenya has supplied the European Union, and it has been governed by private voluntary standards, which are very strict on product and food safety standards. So we found that there were poor products entering into the export channels. And this, of course, was a scare to the government because the horticultural sector is one of the foreign exchange earners that the country relies on. Then again, in 2016, there were some health scares. It was found in most Kenyan supermarkets and the large open air markets that the vegetables and the fresh fruit that was there were contaminated with pesticide residues, heavy metals, and nitrates, which were way above the minimum legal limit that is allowed. At the same time, as Marguerite had...
Sorry, I'm really sorry, Dr. Opondo. Chairperson, can we just make sure that the slides is moved? We are still on the first one. Sorry, Dr. Opondo. Sorry, Chair.
That's okay. Please,
yes.
It's Marguerite we're supposed to move them. Marguerite, are you there?
I'm sure, I think we are still where we should be, Maggie.
No, it's on the first slide.
No, you're on the second slide now. Drivers of KS 1758. Is that where you want to be?
Yes, but that's not what I'm seeing on my screen. I don't know if the rest of the honorable members are seeing the same thing.
No, we're only seeing the first slide.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're seeing it.
No, sorry, Chair, we are seeing the first one that says public governance in fruit and vegetable.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why, because let me try to share it again. Apologies. Okay. Can you see it now?
No.
Okay, wait, let me, apologies, committee members. What is going on? Share screen. Participants. It's that one.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stein.
Yeah, so what I was saying was that we're looking at the drivers of KS 1758, what led to the standard being created and also being eventually legislated. So first was the MRL crisis, which Kenya risked its global reputation as the horticultural exporter to the EU, mainly to the UK too. And then in 2016, there were the health scares of scandals in the news coming out that a lot of vegetables in Kenya's open air markets, largest open air markets, and at the same time on the supermarket shelves, they were contaminated. At the same time, there was the growing incidence of cancer in the country, and this was linked to contaminated food. And as Marguerite had indicated, when trade has begun to shift to the south, there has been a governance void. Traditionally, Kenyan fresh vegetables were mainly exported to the European Union. But now with the trade as it begins to shift south, you find that the public standards have to come in because there is that lacuna between the intersection of global value chains and domestic value chains and regional value chains. Indeed, there was even a time when South Africa banned avocados from Kenya because of certain pests that were found there. Next slide, please. So because of this, the Kenyan government decided to bring about the K1758 Code of Practice for the horticultural sector. And this was one, to avoid another MRR crisis and, of course, save its reputational risk, because over the years, Kenya has developed this global leader status and did not like to do that. And at the same time, tame the rising incidence of cancer. What I need to mention about the rising incidence of cancer was that it claimed a lot of prominent people. So that brought greater attention, especially of the politicians. So the creation of K1758 was led by the Kenyan government, but it was in collaboration with Exporters Association and the EU, but it was mainly through an NGO, SNV, which provided the funds. And this was established in 2016. But at the same time, civil society played a very, very critical role in making sure that the government responded. And in this respect, you find that apart from K1758, the Kenyan government has implemented the National Action Plan for the UN Principles on Business and Human Rights, which incidentally, the European Union in February is making it mandatory for all products that come into the EU that you must be applying that standard. So the K1758 was established in 2016, but then in 2019, the government decided to make it into legislation because they did not want to go the voluntary way of private standards and again risk having that lacuna. And the K1758, the government adopts a value chain approach, right from the producers, including the plant breeders, propagators, right up to the cargo handlers. And K1758 has provisions for hygienic and safety requirements for production, handling, and marketing of fresh fruit and vegetables. So because of this, you find that they are implementing it right from the producer up to the supermarket shelf, if that's where the product ends, and all the people who are handling the produce. At the same time, it also has environmental sustainability. And we must say that K1758 is actually a replica of Global GAP and the social accountability, that is the ETI base code. And it requires this for both domestic, regional, and global fresh fruit and vegetable value chains. However, at the moment, it's only the food and product safety provisions that are being implemented. But we can see that where the government, the state, steps in, if this K1758 can be implemented to the letter, it could enhance decent work for smallholders and their workers, especially those who are not in small producer organizations. I'd quickly like just to tell you about the small producer organizations in Kenya, where smallholders are organized, and how this is becoming a force to enable better social accountability and and produce that is of high standards. So the Kenyan government has always encouraged the smallholders to organize themselves in small producer organizations. And this has been very common because most of Kenya's agricultural exports like tea, coffee, horticultural products, avocados are mainly produced by smallholders. And because of being organized in small producer organizations, we find that the gender dynamics are changing rapidly. Previously, it was only farmers who owned the title deed who could register as farmers. But now, because one of standards like Global Gap, which require traceability, K1758 also requires traceability. So you have to register each and every person who is handling the produce, which means family labor, female labor is now being made more visible. At the same time, the Kenyan Constitution 2010 requires that 2/3 of any organization must not be more than one gender. So you find in these small produce organizations, women are increasingly in the leadership positions coming to the fore. At the same time, the small produce organizations, they have better bargaining power. Marguerite mentioned that the cost of certification is usually left to the producer or to the farmer. So you find that by getting together into groups, they're able to spread out the cost of certification and also get training. At the same time, as a small produce organization, they're able to bargain for better prices because they now eliminate the middleman who has been exploiting the farmers. And at the same time, there's been donor funding from the World Bank, from the Danida, as you can see there. And this funding cannot go to individual farmer groups. It needs to be in a large group. So for example, the Organic Avocado Cooperative is an amalgamation of 17 small self-help groups. Again, the contracts are binding, unlike previously, where they have a written contract with the buyer and with fixed prices. And this was especially important during COVID, where there were market fluctuations, but the price that they had negotiated helped them to, tide over the COVID downturn. Again, they're able to share their losses, and then they also have access to inputs and pooling of resources. So if these small producer organizations, in conjunction with the K1758, can be implemented to the letter, we could perhaps begin to see greater social accountability and also traceability as trade shifts to the south, and therefore we'll have more decent work and better farmers who can actually get better prices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Opondo. Thanks for the incisive presentation with regard to your case study, looking at the Kenyan examples. I think that we have arrived at a point where all presentations have made, unless I'm mistaken, Mr. Sagazan. On my side, I think we're done with presentations, and then we can invite members to engage on the three presentations.
Yes, Chair. That's right.
Yeah. Any hands, members? Honorable members? Honorable Mkondo? Honorable Stay? We can proceed so long. Honorable Mkondo, you can proceed. The platform is yours.
Okay. Thanks, Acting Chair. We welcome the presentations presented by these two powerful women. They are very insightful, Chair, and I think the information will really assist us as we will be going to these oversight visits, and when we are making recommendations to the department, the two departments, as will be from the the oversights. But Chair, I expected Dr. Fesser to talk about the extent of illegal migrant workers in the farms specifically. I have seen she is having statistics from Komazi, and Komazi is at the borders of Mozambique and South Africa at the Libombo border post, and that's where I grew up, and I know the extent of the rate at which farmers are using illegal immigrants. And related to that is the national minimum wage that you alluded to earlier on. As to, I am glad that one of the presenters talked about the what is it? Okay, I'll come back to that. But yeah, we need to find out as to at what level. Okay, I was talking about the labor brokers. I'm happy that one of the presenters talked about, I think is the Human Rights Commission, talked about the labor brokers and how their activities are affecting farm workers, the illegal, the migrant workers in the farms, and so forth and so forth. But maybe we have to find out, Chair, as to what extent do illegal migrant farm workers affect this issue of the value chain? Because I understand, according to what Dr. Maki has presented, these small holding farmers in Kenya are of Kenyan national. And then in our case, where we have people that don't have documents to own these small holding farms, how can we then work out to make sure that small farmers are become part of the value chain? Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Mkondo. Honorable Stay.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I want to thank the presenters, Chair. I think it was very informative, and it made me think, especially the two ladies, Dr. Apondo and Marguerite. You know, so sometimes we are only thinking about certain issues, but the role of the market and the supermarkets, I think, is very, very important, Chair, and it is something that we also have to look at when we move forward, especially, and I know Kenya, and well done to Kenya. I think they are really doing great work in assisting farmers and playing a role in the agricultural space. So, Chair, my question would be to Marguerite. She mentioned somewhere that the latest or other reports regarding housing could be corroborated, or could corroborate the fact that most of the housing for permanent workers in the studies that she was doing is up to standard. So I would like to find out, listening to the reports that we have seen today, a lot of them is, if I can coin them or phrase them as old reports, whether we have any studies available of any new reports that were done on farming conditions, so that we can look at that. And then, Chairperson, one issue that I think we ourselves just need to make a note when we go on oversight is to ask the Department of Labor and the inspectors how many inspectors they have available in the areas, and whether some of those inspectors are specifically focused on just doing farm visits. Out of my own experience, I also know that some of these inspectors only visit, I would almost say, that the near farms, those that's very accessible and around towns. The others that's further away and more difficult to get to, they never visit. So I think it would be good for ourselves to just take that into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Steyn. Maybe from my side, Margaret and Dr. Opondo, the presentation by Margaret was basically, amongst other, raising the issue of deregulation and its impact on the ability of the farmers within the South African context to maximize on the opportunities that are there, including competing on the global market. I wanted to ask Margaret to sort of to contrast that with the presentation made by Dr. Opondo as to the extent whether, for instance, is there any regulation that applies and what the benefits thereof. And perhaps also if Dr. Opondo can speak on the same issues, just further amplify the regulatory framework within which the farming industry in Kenya operates, as she has done, in fact. And then she then contrasts that to the South African situation, the gaps that Margaret has spoken to. Thanks. There's no other hand. You can proceed, Margaret and Dr. Opondo.
Right. So, Honorable Konto, regarding the illegal migrants, unfortunately, I wasn't the field worker in the area that you mentioned. It is, but I have tried to get information on the use of migrant labor in other areas. It is very difficult. I contacted the Department of Home Affairs directly, and according to them, in the Western Cape, in certain areas of the Western Cape, it is certainly a problem, and they are now changing legislation also to make it more difficult for farmers to employ migrant labor. They're, for instance, not issuing or make it very difficult for farmers to get corporate contracts. I'm not sure that's going to solve the problem. I think all that will happen is it will drive migration underground. And in a previous study that I did last year for Stronger Together, which looked at the use of forced labor, there was clear evidence of exploitation of migrants happening. Because migrants were desperate to work, you would find cases of locals hiring out their IDs and bank cards at a fee. And then, so the migrants will continue to work as Ms. Makonto, whereas the farmer might find it difficult to distinguish between, is this person now genuine or not, because in their ID it says Mrs. Makonto. But so those exploitative practices will certainly just increase, because what's driving migration to these areas is the availability of team-free work, and then the high rates of unemployment in Lesotho, and also in the Eastern Cape. And even we also in areas of sugar production, we see people from Swaziland and Malawi coming in. So it's across the country. Mozambicans in the north And I think we are scratching the surface in terms of exploitation of migrant communities. And there's a tension here, because on the one hand, government wants to be more strict in its migration policy to protect South Africans and not to erode the bargaining power of South African workers, which I can fully understand. But on the other hand, migration is being driven underground, and that encourages a host of other problems, such as like exploitation of migrant workers. So that's on the one point. Labor brokers, during our study and in other studies done by other researchers as well, first of all, it's again difficult to get information on labor brokering because they operate from the backseat of their car with a cell phone that often changes. It's a nightmare tracking them down. Farmers told us that they are reluctant to use labor brokers for two reasons. The first is the quality of workers employed by labor brokers are low. And it's not workers that you can rely on. Their work quality is also low. So this presents a damage for export agriculture, which is has to pay incredible amount of detail to quality. So that's the first reason. The second reason, both CISA and WITA, the ethical trade organizations, have put a lot of standards in place to regulate labor brokering. So it becomes very difficult for a farmer, if he consistently make use of labor brokers, to jump through all WITA and CISA's hoops. So it's almost not worth their while unless they really need labor brokers. And typically when they would use a labor broker is, what we were told anyway, is when there is, when there was like a lot of rain and now all of a sudden they have to get their crops off quickly, they would use it. So it's more a case of using labor brokers for bridging periods. There's also evidence that farmers prefer Zimbabwean laborers because they are more educated. That's what we are told. Once again, that's not what I'm saying, but they're more educated and more so they speak English well. And so there's communication gaps on the farms. Workers quickly know what to do, which with speed, which is also important when you work in a pressured, high quality environment. But I think, yeah, I'm not surprised at Robertson. It was a red flag when we did our research for Stronger Together, and now that situation has exploded. Small farmers, yes, this is the thing. Even if you have land reform now, and I've said it before, and if you have 70% of farmers will be Black, then these 70% of Black farmers will face exactly the same problems that the current white farmers now face, which is this pressure of supermarkets. So we need to do something to alleviate this structural pressure on all farmers. And these structural pressures, specifically the standards, are also excluding small farmers. This is not only research that is done in South Africa, and in various countries, it has been found that retailer standards, especially food safety standards and product standards, exclude farmers. So that's why I think this initiative, the Kenyan initiative, is very interesting, of forcing producers almost to form cooperatives and cooperating and giving them support in this collective structure. And while I'm at it, in the Strongest Together research, a very nice example of support that I found was at Ilovo, where Ilovo, together with Solidaridad and I can't remember the name of the other organization, but gave support to small farmers in meeting not only standards, food safety standards and product standards, but also labor standards. So I think that's a fantastic initiative to where industry and also supermarkets start to engage producers and small producers as well. Honorable Steyn, you asked about housing. Housing is better on farms, yes. On farm, again, in the small sample that we did, I can't say for all farms. I can only speak to the sample that we've looked at and what workers told us. So what I do know is that both CESA and WITA, but especially CESA, has formulated quite an extensive guide and also standards around housing for migrant workers in hostels to improve that situation. So you've seen that farmers have, many farmers are starting and have already upgraded housing, hostel type of housing for seasonal workers. So they're no longer housed in dormitories, or not all of them, but some of them are no longer housed in dormitories, but rather housed in single units with their own bathroom, own kitchen facilities, which I think is the way to go. Then Honorable Nonsele, you've asked the question about deregulation. Unfortunately, I cannot compare because I know very little about the Kenyan situation. So maybe that's a situation, maybe that's a question that you should rather ask to Maggie. Well, I can only speak to the South African situation. And here, if you compare South Africa to other countries, then government support is very low. I can get the figure from you if you want to know exactly in the ILO report. I don't have it at my fingertips, but there's also been a scaling back of research and development, extension services, and farmers complain that they're also not getting enough access to new markets, which is critical. The market access is critical to make farmers less beholden to powerful retailers, to few powerful retailers. So shifting end markets is not necessarily just about things. It can also alleviate some of that commercial pressure of farmers. So helping farmers to get more access is a good thing. But what we also need to do, I think, is push supermarkets to practice due diligence in their supply chains, local supermarkets, and to start ensuring that their suppliers conform with labor legislation, with health and safety legislation, with ESTA. Maggie, I don't know if you want to address some of the questions or issues.
Yeah, thank you very much, honorable members, for the questions. And I'll just add on to what Marguerite has said from the question from Honorable Mkonto about smallholder farmers in Kenya and how smallholder farmers in South Africa can become part of the value chain. As Marguerite alluded to it, in Kenya, it has been a journey. Kenya, like South Africa, had a similar history, and farmers' land, the smallholders' land had been taken away, but slowly the land tenure system has been trying to address, but we're still having teething problems. And where farmers are more organized is where there are export crops, like horticulture, tea, coffee. But in other parts of the country where we just have subsistence farmers, it takes a long time. So it is a journey, which I believe this committee, as you walk that journey, you'll be getting, some examples from Kenya, but it is a journey that has to be begun. Now, I'll speak to what the chair asked about the regulatory framework. Indeed, in our research, Shifting South, we did compare in the horticultural sector, South Africa and Kenya, about the regulatory framework. And when we looked at it, we found that the private social standards in South Africa, they're very limited in the domestic value chains. However, there is some spillover from the global value chains to the domestic value chains and CISA, of course. Whereas in the Kenyan sector, the private social standards, in the Kenyan horticultural sector, the private social standards, there are none in the domestic value chains. But again, like in South Africa, there's a spillover from the global value chain to the domestic value chain. I'd like to emphasize here that the Kenyan horticultural industry is one of the most codified industry with private standards. There was a time when I think there were over 40 private standards being applied in the Kenyan horticultural sector. Given the fact that, one, it is a product, when we talk of the horticultural sector, we're also including the flower sector. It's a sector that is female dominated. It is a sector that is easily traceable, like the Kenya-UK fresh horticultural chain. It's a sector that is easy to put pressure. There was a time when the Kenyan horticultural sector, a civil society in conjunction with the civil society in the UK, stopped the export of flowers and horticultural products. And that brought the supermarkets through the Ethical Trading Initiative to pay a visit to Kenya to make sure that it does not get out of hand. So Kenya has had a lot of private social standards. When it comes to public standards, in South Africa, we found that the national labor regulation is strong, but as Marguerite said, poorly enforced. And then we also have very weak trade unions in the horticultural sector. Then there's also very weak protection for temporary workers in South Africa. When you come to Kenya, the national labor regulation is strong, the trade unions are very strong, and in conjunction with the private social standards, they're then able to enforce this. But this is only for that 1/3 which are the large-scale farms, where the private social standards are being applied. However, there is weak protection for smallholder labor in Kenya. Then in South Africa, we are beginning to have the voluntary, roundtables, where state producers and civil society are beginning to develop to bring about decent work. Whereas in Kenya, we've had the case 1758, which I presented and which has now been regulated and it's being rolled out. So that is basically the regulatory structure in the horticultural sector in Kenya and South Africa. But the findings, as Marguerite put, and these are hot off the press because we've just completed our research and we're still producing more papers and podcasts and blogs. Thank you.
Honourable Member, can I just add something to what Maggie has said? Yes, so the value chain roundtables, I think, is also a applaudable initiative in that it's an initiative where that has been facilitated by the state, the Department of Agriculture, and on that there are members of industry, the NGO, civil society, and the state. The point that I wanted to make is, I think previously one of the honourable members asked about state fragmentation. Now, a problem with this value chain roundtable is that time and again they employ members of other key departments, and then these members do not turn up, or they send like lesser officials without any authority to make commitments. So I think if the value chain roundtable and also the pending national National Agricultural Master Plan can be taken seriously, and if they can also invite retailers to those forums, I think it will really be a fantastic initiative. So, but it is very important to engage retailers as well, because they're part of the problem, but also hopefully part of the solution. So, yeah, I think this is something that have come out of the previous research for the ILO, and again, during this research for Shifting South is of the incredibly important role that retailers play. Thank you.
Thanks, Margaret, and Dr. Okonde for the incisive responses and guide that will help the team in discharging its responsibility, particularly on these critical areas that seeks to strike a balance between the intended beneficiaries of the project, which is the farm workers and the farming communities, so that we're able, therefore, to strike a balance between the two contending groups. I think, Margaret, you capture it correctly when you say that in as much as we would want to ensure that those who are at the receiving end, which is the workers, their standards are improved. But in order to achieve the maximum out of that, appropriate interventions should be made to ensure that we stabilize the sector itself, so that it is able, therefore, to contend with the realities that we want to put in place, particularly when we do enforcement. If we do an enforcement in a sector which is in fact deprived of its ability to trade and to be an equal partner to the bigger multinationals that you have displayed on the chart, then it means that it's quite a useless exercise that we are engaged in. So this balancing act would be necessary to ensure that the partners, in fact, the parties in the sector, become strong partners in realizing the mutual interest and benefits that are derived from the process. Yeah. We want to thank you for the wonderful presentations and the responses, and also want to extend our thanks to Commissioner Reverend Chris Nissen for being available, and we'll look forward for the presentations on Tuesday. Margaret, you've offered to give us something in addition. We would appreciate it if you can also send us that additional information, so that we also use it for our benefit and extend our and broaden our understanding of the challenges and the solutions that we can provide in the task that we currently undertaking. Honorable members, I think there are hands. Honorable Stein and Rick de SAHRC want to come in. There are two hands on the platform. I didn't see them. Sorry, honorable members.
I don't have anything, Chair. I wanted to alert you to the hand. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Okay, can we give you Rick de
Yes.
SAHRC?
Thank you, Chair. I just drawn your attention in the chat to the wording of Section 4, going back to the original chairperson's question about why there's been a failure to implement this act. And I noted that in the 2018 ESTA Amendment Act, Section 4 was amended, and very, very importantly, when you look at the wording, firstly, it replaced the word subsidies with tenure grants. And Section 4 obliges the minister. It says shall, not may. This is a legal requirement in terms of this act to provide these subsidies. And the purposes are to enable occupiers and former occupiers to acquire suitable accommodation. And then most interestingly, to compensate owners or persons in charge for the provision of accommodation and services to occupiers and their families. This is now, if I'm correct, in the law. As far as I'm aware, this provision of the Act has not been taken up, but I stand to be corrected there. And I think it would be really useful to engage with the department to explore the actual significance of this clause going forward, because it does potentially, it could potentially be a game changer if it was implemented and addressed with vigor. Having said that, I would like also just to draw your attention to during Minister Toko Didiza's first term as a minister in the then Department of Land Affairs, she was on record as saying that in her view, she thought that ESTA was unimplementable as an act. And this again, I don't know whether the minister has changed her perspective on this, but there certainly seems to have been a subtext with regard to ESTA and the support that ESTA has had. Many of the departments and the district offices used to have dedicated ESTA officials, quite a few of them, and then many of those got reassigned later on. So I would suggest that in your oversight, it'll be very interesting to explore what dedicated resources are actually available to enforce ESTA and to respond to the issues raised by farm workers and dwellers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think the points you're raising are quite useful, and I'm sure our technical team would take and consolidate all the points so that when we come back and look into the issue of the efficacy of the ESTA, particularly the relevant section 4, would be able, as part of making our recommendations, respond to that critical question. Also, I think the technical team should be able to advise us if, for instance, there is a need to fast track such responses so that we do not prolong the difficulties that the sector is currently faced with. There is no other hand, because I think, Rick, your hand is a historical one. Having said that, members, I think at this point we should then thank our presenters for their collective presentations and the wisdom that they have shared with us, which will be valuable in assisting us to take forward the task at hand. I think we should proceed now to the point that I've raised earlier on with regard to the program. Can we then go into the program? Mr. Sakaza, can you just flight the program? Because we want just to make just few proposals so that we then can sign off on those proposals. Otherwise, we want for the record to thank our technical team for the work done so far, including the proposals we have made, but there are a bit of a serious problems that we have picked up and we are not disappreciating the work done in making the proposals. The first proposal relate to dates. I'm sure colleagues and the technical team would recall that there was a great concern with regard to the structuring of the dates for the oversight visit and the engagement with the public and so on. The dates that extend to over weekends. And if you look into the proposed dates, all of them are in fact located within weekends. Because other than just the issues of families and the personal considerations, you would find that also there are intra-party issues that also as public representatives, we have to take note of. And in that regard, locking all the groups or all the work into dates that cross weekends could create problems in terms, for instance, of availability. So our proposal is that we should, in fact, take note and maybe find a way of correcting that. Like, for instance, when we were debating on the dates and the timelines, we even made the suggestion that we can even consider stealing subject to approval by the appropriate structures some of the days on the recess period, so that we as we do that, we can then at least minimize the risk of not having the full complement of our teams, because we have stretched the dates to cross weekends. So the proposal then is to relook the dates so that they are in fact more accommodative and than they currently are. Maybe just to throw some hints in some of the points. Days from Wednesday up to, or days from Monday up to Tuesday morning, and days from Wednesday up until Friday, because you may have a half a day on Tuesday morning, on Wednesday morning, and you may have a half a day on Thursday afternoon, and you may have possibly a full day on Friday. Perhaps, in my view, on the least experience I've had in the assembly, in looking into how the programs are structured, you may find that these days does in fact provide some leeway, except on dates that are in fact scheduled for as 3-line whip days. That's the first hint that I would give, in addition to that of the recess period. That's the first proposal that we want to make in consideration of the program. The second one is with regard to the clustering. The clustering that has been made is fine as we consider it, but we thought that it would be helpful if maybe we try to maximize in terms of the proximity of provinces, so that we, as much as we can, and given the constraints that are imposed by these considerations I've alluded to earlier on, we look at how best, for instance, to cluster the provinces. The proposal that we're making is that we use 3 provinces instead of 2, and cluster them in terms of their proximity. The first proposal in the following order. The first proposal, the first cluster would be your Limpopo as number 1, followed by Mpumalanga as number 2, and then your number 3 would be Gauteng. That is, then those constitute the first cluster. And then the second cluster would be your Northern Cape, followed by Northwest, and the last one would be Free State. And then the third cluster would be then your Eastern Cape, followed by Western Cape, and the last one would be KZN. The points, there is the rationale, honorable members, on this numbering is that you'd find that some of the provinces are quite wide, and they need to be at least given greater focus and attention. Particularly if you go, for instance, to Limpopo and Mpumalanga, and also you go to Northern Cape and the Free State, and as well as Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and KZN, you find quite a large areas that you would need to take into account if the work has to be as comprehensive as it is supposed to be. Obviously, we are not going to go to each and every farm because the work we're doing will be more of a sampling exercise, guided obviously by our technical team and the reports that we have. So that is the second point, that is of the proposed clusters. The third point is with regard to the teams, the groups. The proposal is that we retain the groups as they are, that you have group 1 and group 2, you don't add group 3. The reason for that is that when these groups start, say for instance, in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, you will be left with Gauteng. And then when they complete on those 2 areas, one group would remain and take Gauteng, whilst the other group starts in the second cluster. So goes to Northern Cape. And then by the time they finish in Gauteng, then the group would then go and join the other group in the second cluster. So they would conclude that group, that second cluster together, meaning both groups would have done at least 3 provinces. And then they collectively then do the last cluster together, which is KZN, Eastern Cape, Eastern Cape, Western Cape, and KZN. So that's the proposal. So you don't have to generate a third group, unless honourable members there are other suggestions. That would be the proposal that we want to make together with the chair, Honourable Mandela, for consideration by the House. Any hands? Honourable Mkondo.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I accept your suggestion. I think it will be able to help us to do our work effectively and efficiently. But Chair, it's just a request from our technocrats to say, when identifying the sampling farms, the diversity of the farms must be considered. We must not have one type of farms, for example, farms that are on the peripheries or only farms that are next to town. We must have a variety of these farms so that we are able to get the exact glimpse of what is happening in the differently located farms. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Mkondo. Any other comment? Any other comment? So, honourable members, do we accept the amendments as they are?
Sorry, Chairperson, it seems like I'm struggling to get the hand button today.
Sorry, Honourable State. Just before you come in, there's one point that I forgot with regard to the days for consideration. Honourable members would recall that there was even a concession that was saying if it needs be, it can be avoided. At least Saturday can be included on the days, but it should not go over to Sundays or it takes the whole weekend. So I wanted just to restate that point. Yeah. Honourable Stein, you can come in.
Yes, Chairperson, I looked at the dates. I think it is very doable. And I propose that we stick to 2 groups. Then at least it gives us, a bit of leeway if a member can't make it this weekend, someone else may replace that person. But Chair, I think what we need to do is, as soon as this has been approved for consideration, we get the dates and we can all commit to a specific date, that we at least make sure that we have 5 members in a group going out, Chair, that we commit each one at least to 1 or 2 of the dates, that we make sure that we have the numbers at that oversight. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stein. Unless I got you wrong, you're saying you don't foresee problems in the current proposal. That is the proposed dates.
Chairperson, no, I at the end of the day, we are all busy. So it's all good and well to sit and say it's not going to be problematic. But I would propose, Chair, that we get these dates approved by Parliament, and then once the dates are sent out, we all commit to maybe one weekends, so that we can divide ourselves in groups and make sure that at least there's 5 members in each one of these oversights, that we don't have 4 or 5 people that have to go to all the meetings all the time and the others are not available. That's the proposal that I'm trying to put on the table, Chair.
No, thanks, Honorable Stein. So the technical team, I think, is on hand to understand. Then the proposal is accepted. The sooner the dates are put forward for ratification by Parliament, the better. So meaning that the proposed reformulation should be looked at. But as Honorable Stein points out, that where it is not avoidable and it's not limiting in terms of participation by members, weekends can be considered where it is not avoidable. But if we can reflect to the last sitting of this committee, weekends were really, really difficult terrain to look at. So I think it will be that balancing act that our technical committee must do, so that we're able to, as quickly as possible, do the presentation to Parliament in terms of the program and the dates as amended. Honorable Taba.
Thank you, Chair. Mine was just to second this proposal of the acceptance of this program, with some emphasis on the fact that we will, to a great extent, rely on our leadership and our technical team, so that whenever there's urgent need of some changes in the process, we would understand that because of the knowledge that will be in their hands. Otherwise, I support, Chair. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable. I've muted myself out. Honorable members, I think it's time now to thank everyone for dedicating this time to ensure that we have a comprehensive package that will translate into a program for us to engage in oversight and related activities. What we have done also is to request that the presentations be made available even in hard copy, so that members of the committee should in fact get those. They can carry with as resource packages. Sometimes there are those who wouldn't want to sit on a computer, looking on a computer, but would want to read the hard copy. So that flexibility should be made if a bundle can be put together, so that all members, in fact, have those copies with them. We agree that we live in a fourth industrial revolution period, which means that we can live on a paperless environment. But equally, the tendency of living in a paper environment doesn't easily disappear. So that flexibility as well is requested. We also want to thank our technical team for the job well done, notwithstanding the corrections and the amendments that we're making, which we hope that they will take with a good spirit and the good intention so that we achieve maximum participation and outcomes when we go out on the program. Finally, is to say the team can consolidate then the report for presentation to Parliament so that we then embark on the program before we rise, so that it does not have to delay because some other processes of authorization have not been complied with. So the secretaries must in fact collectively see to it that the work is in fact expeditiously done in accordance with the rules. With those few words, honorable members, I want to say thank you. And on behalf of the core chairperson, Honorable Mandela, who is not with us at the moment, but with us in terms of a link, and we hope that the Juma session that they have today in the Muslim community is in fact a wonderful one, and all their expectations and the expectations of the country will in fact be served better with their prayers and service. With those few words, thanks, honorable members. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Jay.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the colleagues and the officials.
Thank you, Jay, and your team.
Thanks.
Recording stopped.